Hello and welcome to our third NHRL Open Tournament, the last tournament before the Pro Tour, your last chance to qualify for our Pro Tour event coming up next month. We are so happy to have you here at our qualifier. It has been an insane day of fights, and there is so much activity going on up in our pits.
As we enter the knockout rounds, the pits are very, very full, but they're going to start to empty out as every fight of the KO show is sending one team packing.
We are so happy to be with you today. My name is Kyle Kroos. With me is our resident combat robotics expert and proud Brooklynite, Adam Wrigley. We are so happy to be here. It's been an insane day at NHRL. Tons of hits, exploding robots, a lot of fire at this event.
Yeah, there has been a lot of fire, some of it intentional. Flamethrowing robots doing well today, some of it unintentional. A couple batteries going up in smoke. Both exciting.
Oddly enough, there's also a weapon meta that we've seen a bunch here today, which is those glow plugs, those very hot implements used to stab into your opponents. That's been really interesting to see. You don't see multiple of those at an event ever. We've been having all kinds of interesting fights today. Tons of big-wheeled robots, and we're about to see a whole bunch of them go home today. All right, so let's look at some news that we have today. First up, NHRL's Pro Tour. This is the last qualifying event. Pro Tour is in the middle of next month. It is going to be the best of the best of the best.
Yeah. May 16th is going to be the first NHRL Pro Tour Invitational event, and this is the last event to qualify for that. Already a lot of great robots qualified. We're going to see who's going to round out that field here tonight in primetime. Whoever competes in primetime is going to make it to that Pro Tour event, and it is going to be stacked.
I am so excited for that. The other thing that we have to look at today, a new combination of deliciousness and dangerousness. It's hot honey. That's right, we've got a combination of Team Honeycracked with Team 90s Kids bringing this collaboration into the 30-pound division that looks insane. Flamethrowers and spinners together.
We keep seeing like a new version of Kazaa every tournament. So we had Kazalite, the multi-bot, 2 halves, 2 flames. We had Kazaa-Eins, which was 1 half kind of up-armored into a 30-pounder. And now we've got 1 half of Kazalite fighting with a Team Honeycrack vertical spinner, because if Kazaa wasn't scary enough with the flames, now it's also got kinetic energy.
It's been unstoppable today. I cannot wait to see it. But before we get to the rest of the news, we do have some action loading into Cage 2 right now. This is Juxtaposition going up against Sting Operation. I love Juxtaposition and Sting Operation. Sting Operation is an overhead attack bot. Juxtaposition is an overhead, underhead attack bot? Under lifter attack bot?
Underfoot?
It is
overhead underfoot.
It is such a smart design
5,
from Kokoto Mane.
4, 3.
Yeah,
2,
it's really two
1.
opposite strategies
Fight.
here.
Robots
One trying to get to the base
fight.
plate, the other trying to get to the top plate.
So Kokote's goal is to get underneath the opponent, lift them up, and then run that spinner kind of through their bottom plate. Sting Operation's goal is going to be to get your opponent pinned and drive that weapon down into the top. You can see the block of cheese armor as armor type, I guess, coined by Demon Papazian.
Yeah, you can see here the interesting forks on the side of Juxtaposition, trying to get that lift for the undercarriage shot. It is even more imperative for Juxtaposition to win the ground than most other robots, because they just can't get an undershot without fully underneath you. Overhead attack robots actually have a bit of an easier time, as they don't necessarily need to get under and lift you. They just need to kind of intertwine you because they have a nice ranged weapon.
Juxtaposition, such a weird robot, but for this builder, it's actually a pretty conventional build. This is Kokoto Mane. He's the builder of Power of Friendship, the only successful drill robot in NHRL history. He's also the builder of Serial Killer.
Not seeing a lot of weapon spinning. There it is on Sting Operation.
Both of them are going there.
I will say that the armor on Juxtaposition, that block of cheese, has been working very well.
It's such a clever idea.
Yeah, you're basically using air as armor. You're letting them slice into you, and then you're going to hold the hub back. because they only have so much reach on the disc. As long as that armor is thick enough, there's nothing that an overhead attack robot can do. Trying to come in front, almost looked like they were attacking the weapon on Juxtaposition there from Sting Operation. Trying to get in front of the block of cheese, trying to go through the front of the frame. Seeing some frame torque happening on Juxtaposition here. You can see that block of cheese kind of bouncing around on top. Nothing much Sting Operation can do. Neither robot's weapon doing much in this fight. Both robots having very good defense for each other here. Sting Operation maybe a bit more aggressive, a bit more controlling, driving Juxtaposition around now.
Winning, I think, most of the ground game engagements, too.
Yeah.
I really appreciate how Mark Young drives his robot. He's very cautious, he's very thoughtful, but he doesn't lose the aggression points.
Yeah, another pin here from Sting Operation, trying to just beat them with that arm. Spinning up the weapon again. There you see him attacking the side of the weapon on Juxtaposition. Maybe the one thing they can actually damage here, get some bite into. A nice shot there, right into
are they
the
entangled?
hub. They do look fairly stuck here.
Yeah, I think they're dug into the plastic on that arm. There we go. We got a little separation
doing
for Brett.
TPU things. That's the fight. That felt fast, Kyle. A lot of
Yeah, that was a
action,
quick
lot of
3
back and forth.
minutes. Lots of action there from these two drivers. Mark Young there, you see, pretty happy with his performance.
That counts.
He said that counts.
It was one of those fights where there weren't a lot of big hits, but there were a lot of little hits. There was a lot of back and forth.
Everything's working. This is the prove it period, so they're both showing that their robots are functional. Judges have to see all of the the wheels working, the weapons working, the lifter mechanism. It's cool to see. Kokoto is one of my very favorite builders just because he always brings such strange offerings. Kill It With Fire is another really great one from him. But this is a kind of more normal robot, a more try-hard robot, and it's so cool.
Try hard robot. I like that phrase.
He's actually trying.
Yeah.
He builds his other robots because they're fun. This one, he's trying to win.
Look at the nice fork design there. You know, good tips, long little keep away prongs, fangs on the back. When you're running these overhead attack robots, you don't want people coming up over you. So the prong, the fork design is different from that of a vert, where you really want to feed them into the weapon. Here, you want to lift them up and you want to hold them away from your chassis.
Yeah, you don't want them to get anywhere near that pivot point for the arm because that's a pretty catastrophic place for them to make impact.
Yeah, so that's the advantage of a ranged weapon. You get the ability to do that with the forks. We're going to toss it cage side with Sam for a post-fight interview.
Thank you, Adam. I am here with both Kikoto and Mark from that last match in Cage 2, and I'm going to start with you, Mark. What's the hardest part about fighting a robot like Juxtaposition?
Oh, Juxtaposition is huge. Like, if you take a look at it, it is so wide that they actually thought it was a 12-pounder going in. They were like, are you in the wrong cage? And it is so hard to get around. Its forks are so long. It has a really dominating position, and it's really hard to zip around to the side and get a good hit.
And Kikoto, same question. What's the hardest part about fighting a robot like Sting Operation?
Well, one, similarly, he also has really long forks, but also he has the reach advantage on me. His weapon is on a longer arm, making it more likely for him to hit me before I could hit him. His weapon also does more damage significantly. I was able to get underneath him a few times, try to lift him a few times, but his weapon just did way more damage, and it's just hard to overcome that.
All right, well, thank you so much to both of you, and I'm looking forward to the JD from that match, so I bet you all are too. Now, back to y'all.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was some really good insight. These cages looking worse for the wear going into this KO show. We've had so many big, devastating fights in that cage today.
We'll get nice new floors for the prime time later tonight, but these are going to get beat up in the KO show, and that's half the game at this point for these robots to deal with that floor. I wonder how the judges are going to call that fight. That was a close one, but in the meantime, we're going to toss it over to Dima in the booth to call our next fight.
Thank you, guys. Excited to be here on the KO show. Thanks for getting them warm for me. I really appreciate that. We are back in Beatles. I don't want to say my territory. We all share this territory as commentators. But 3 pounds is where my dumpster is from, so I feel qualified to talk about the strategy and the archetypes that are being employed here. Maybe slightly more than the other brackets. 2 verts of similar size and shape. The devil will be in the details here, folks. Things like fork geometry, weapon reach, drivetrain power. Who's going to win these shoving matches between 2 robots? Whew. Now this is a stare down. Is that the WPI goat that I see? Is that the sticker that I see on the top plate? On the blue robot in the pink corner? Or do my eyes deceive me? This looks like Rhino versus stress concentration. Rhino being from WPI. But before we get into this one, we are going to have to take a pause to power cycle stress concentration. In the rules, you do get an opportunity to sort of do some mild troubleshooting cage side. You can turn that guy on and off real quick. Something's not working at home. What do you do? Well, before you do the percussive maintenance and you smack it, you probably want to turn it off and on again. These are really complicated machines, but sometimes the on and off works on its own. Let's get these cage doors shut and see if that is the case. That quick weapon twitch strikes me as their receiver might be pairing effectively. I see movement. We working, folks. We're not going to have a forfeit or anything to that effect. Rhino versus stress concentration. Like I said, 2 similar 2-wheel drive verts. Devil's going to be in the details. I'm curious to see who's going to win these ground engagements. Who's going to get under who with these forks? Who is more flush with the ground?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Even though Rhino is wider, stress concentration looks like it has an easier time getting under it. Who dusts the dustpan? Stress concentration does. But Rhino's popping him up. These hits are going in stress concentration's favor. And if you're they're not going in stress concentration's favor. And if you are stress concentration, you do not want to take oblique hits on that hub motor. That is a lost condition for that style of robot. There you go, some head-on engages. So it looks like Rhino's winning these. This is the 2-wheel drive vert sort of problem position when you get stuck like this. It's really hard to get self-righted. Is that unstick? No, unstick is still going. It's not complete. Smack him up against the kick plate. Rotation of the weapon isn't enough to kick you back on your feet. You are still stuck, my friend. Wow. Uh-oh. That's battery. Magic smoke of some kind.
10, 9,
Gonna have to see motion. There's the tap. My friend, you are going in a sand bucket, I think. Or at least you ought to. I don't think it's a battery fire. I don't think that was battery smoke. I think we'd be seeing a lot more of it right now.
So there's 2 in the front. So it's
All right, cage manager is checking to see where is that battery.
something's dead, but I'm hoping it's
He says something is dead, hoping it's not battery. Dude, I hope so too. Tom from Stress Concentration. I do not have a last name here, so I'm going to treat you like Cher a little bit. That is the mononymous name Tom, who needs no other last name. Yeah, you have the star power of a Cher or a Madonna to me. Rhino driven by Kristen Lambie from WPI, although his hometown is Philadelphia, PA. He's technically part of Team Waddles, and he made top 16 last time he competed. So Christian is gunning for a top 8 this time. He's trying to make that Pro Tour. Let's see some replays really quick. Here's what I mean with these head-on engages. They're going nose to nose, but Rhino comes out on top of these. Even though it looked like Stress Concentration had the better chassis geometry, it looked like Rhino had the better weapon geometry and was sort of throwing the other vert, making it front flip by using its bite to shove the other weapon down. That's sort of how you win this matchup. That's also why some of these more fearsome modern verts like Showtime, I think that's why they feed on the rest of these this field. They feed on the rest of the verts because their weapons allow them to bully the other verts, not only in breaking the weapon, but also in positioning. When these new school verts lose engages, or when they win engages, they make the other vert sort of front flip. And it leaves them in really, really bad spots most of the time. Let's send it back to Adam and Kyle.
I guess we'll see.
Let's see what they have for me. Adam, Kyle, what do you got?
Thank you so much, Dima. That was a really fun fight call. All right, so we're going to get back to some of our news stories today. The Black Cat Club. This is a brand new faction here in combat robotics, and it's got a lot of names you know.
Sort of a new super team.
Absolutely. We're talking about Kazaya Sky. We're talking about Breakneck Nanyan, which is here, Maximizer, which is here, the Usagi, which is here. Some really devastating robots are on this team, and that roster just keeps growing and growing. I've even heard they picked up a new member to the team today. Julian Papazian has just joined with Turbo Fiend.
Is that even legal?
You know, I think it's all allowed. There's really no rules around who's on what team yet. We haven't really gotten that far into the sport, but I'm very excited about that one.
Yeah. Speaking of teams, a lot of college teams here today.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And big names from all over the country coming here. A bunch of people from MIT are here. Who else is here?
UMD Leatherbacks are here. The University of Cincinnati is here. We've got a ton.
UCCR.
MIT is here. We've got WPI is here in full force. Massive contingent from WPI.
Some colleges are here for the first time. A lot of colleges here for the nth time. Here all the time.
Shout out to Rutgers, New Jersey. They're here today. Super excited about that.
Yeah.
All right. So before we continue on with this, we're going to go back to Cage 2 with more 3-pound action.
Oh no!
It's Shark Week, ladies and gentlemen.
Tony Shark. Look, I'm not supposed to have favorites. Tony Shark is my favorite.
No, come on. Tony Shark is the coolest robot here, by far. Look at this thing. Not a great type matchup for them. They're going up against this really devastating-looking mid-cutter spinner.
I got to disagree, Kyle. I think this is a great matchup for Tony Shark because Tony Shark is basically unbeatable.
So these big foam wheels are meant to absorb all these impacts as kind of like a bounce impact, right? So it depends on how sharp the blade is on Gremlin, and we'll see how much material they can take off of those wheels. If too much material comes off the wheels, the blade's dragging on the floor.
Yeah, that was a lot of material coming off the first hit there from Gremlin. A lot of power in that weapon, but Tony Shark coming back for more. Ooh, the wheels are a little crooked on the Shark, getting bent inwards as Gremlin is chewing at him bit by bit. Now, big change on Tony Shark. No more battery in the back of that tail, so hopefully we don't get a battery fire from them. But Gremlin's going to keep trying.
Yeah, the batteries now, they're
look at
their
this.
flail weapon.
I think that something from the back of Tony Shark is now stuck inside of Gremlin.
Yeah, that is not an intentional entanglement, but that's certainly an entanglement. That weapon is not going to function with that huge chunk of robot.
Oh, and there's
inside
that
of it.
battery I mentioned no longer being in the tip of the tail. It has come out from the floor of the robot, and it might have come unplugged as we have no more movement from Tony Shark.
It's too bad. I was really hoping this would become the most dangerous flail bot ever.
Man, the blade really came to a stop in the perfect position for that shot, just right
on the mouth?
Right at the mouth point of view. Oh, a sad end to Tony Shark's day.
Oh, what a bummer for Tony Shark.
But put on a good performance, showing a lot of guts and durability.
That was pretty cool.
The Gremlin coming out, hitting harder, lasting longer. I want to see that first-person view of that fight later.
Yeah,
with
you're
that.
right. The battery just came unplugged.
Yeah. Just popped right out.
All right, here's a replay of these first couple hits. You can see all the material on that wheel on the left side gets ripped off. And then Tony Shark trying desperately to get themselves back into a good position. They get a good weapon-to-weapon impact there, which shuts down their weapon for a little bit.
I wonder if that piece that got stuck in Gremlin was the battery door.
I think it was the battery housing. Yeah, like not even the door, the whole housing. It just got stuck inside of them. What a bummer. Also, keeping your batteries in the tail of that shark, like one of the few things touching the ground. Interesting. Interesting design choice.
And the battery looks like it's still good.
Yeah. They're just checking it out, making sure that it's still safe. It looks safe. It looks fine.
They are part of the Colorado contingency out here today. A lot of Colorado teams.
All right, so continuing on with our news stories for today at the KO show, we've got 30-pound destruction, some massive bots in that 30-pound division, including a bot that just came back from representing Team USA in an international tournament.
Yeah.
So
on the
excited.
other side of the world.
On the other side of the world in New Zealand. Synthesis 30 here today. That bot is incredible to watch.
Yeah, you know, the biggest bots throw out the biggest hits. When we watch the 3-pounders like we just did, they kind of hit each other relentlessly over and over and over again into the ceiling. Smaller bots, they can be, you know, a little bit more durable. But when you get those big bots, that's when you get the big destruction. The robots hitting hard, tearing each other in half. We've seen robots torn in half today. And I think we're going to see some more in the 30-pound class with big hitters. Like you already mentioned, Aries from MIT, the college team here, always sending out big hits. We've got some of the best 30-pounders in the world here tonight. And I'm looking forward to seeing more destruction.
Me too. All right, we are going to go to Sam, who also went to New Zealand to represent Team USA. Sam, how was that?
Yeah, I sure did. I heard New Zealand and my ears perked up. I had to pop in to tell folks how much of a beast Synthesis 30 was down there. It took on pretty much the entire nation of Australia by himself, and just, it's so hard. I can't wait to see him back in this NHRL cage doing his thing.
Absolutely, Sam. NHRL is such a pressure cooker. The bots that come from here that go to other tournaments, you can see the difference immediately in the caliber of build and the quality, just because there's so much iteration that has to happen to survive this tournament.
The way you get better is through practice, and the best practice is in the arena, and we have more fights here than anywhere else in the world with more bots coming to compete. You get the best competition more often than anywhere else, and that is just driving it forward through evolution of the robot designs.
Speaking of which, we're going to go to Cage 2 for some more robot action right now. And let's go to our friend in the booth, Dima, to call this action.
Thank you, best friend Kyle. We have Sea Dragon's Roar versus Silencer in the 3-pound bracket. Sea Dragon's Roar being piloted by William Marchese, who we've already seen today on Adamant Barrage. Adamant Barrage being an Inuyasha reference. Sea Dragon's Roar is a reference to a different anime and manga, Black Clover, which I've never seen. Silencer, I'm not sure if the name is a reference to anything. Might be one of those classic style names that just sounds very, very cool. And cool it does sound.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Joshua Morel out of Leesburg, VA. This is Silencer's second event, so looking to take out a robot with a more storied record. They're locked in a sort of nose-to-nose engage. Doesn't look like Silencer is particularly vulnerable to Sea Dragon's Roar's saw there. Looked like it wasn't the sort of angle that, ooh, William is trying to set up a kill shot. Looks like he's trying to dig into the weapon assembly on Silencer there. Running your hammer saw directly into a spinning vert is risky, but sometimes it's the right move. It just remains to be seen if that was the right move. Sometimes the hammer saw goes down as a result. Sometimes the vert goes down as a result. Oops, I had them mixed up a little bit. It's Sea Dragon's Roar that is potentially losing its vert. Silencer is the overhead attack robot. You can hear the crowd chanting a sort of becoming iconic Sea Dragon's Roar chants. Silencer doing an amazing job controlling William here. Digging that hammer saw into a weak point. Even if it's not that critical hit, that sort of grinding is absolutely what you want to see as your second mode of attack. This looks like that's a good shot. Silencer looking very firmly in the driver's seat at this point in the fight. 1:15 left. All right, I think this arm is going to get sent in one more time. Just a little too late on the pin. Sea Dragon's Roar's vert blade is still spinning up. Missing a belt, though. Now no one is spun up for the last 45 seconds. An eerie chill has sort of crept into the cage. We are do-si-doing, trying to vie for positioning. Silencer wants to get some more hits in this last 30 seconds. I think Sea Dragon's Roar objective is trying to get a positioning and show some aggression in the last part of this fight. Something to make up for the fact that they've taken more damage and are missing that front right wheel. Say that one 10 times fast. 10 seconds left. I think it's going to go to the judges. I'm not going to make any sort of assumption on who won or did not win, but Silencer looked very proficient in that fight. Really good driving. Hammer saws are, I wouldn't say any bot is particularly easy to drive, but hammer saws are a little bit up there when it comes to difficulty. It's not so much point and shoot like it is with verts on occasion. You got to pick your shots, decide when you feel ready to sacrifice your weapon if it's necessary. There's a lot of big decisions that add up in hammer saw fights.
Weapon locks and keys.
Really great driving by both. Both of these bots were 1-1 today, so whoever wins is going to move on to bracket. Whoever loses is going to be out of bracket. However, if William loses, he still has Adamant Barrage and 12 to worry about, but we're going to see some replays. Here is Silencer sending its weapon into Sea Dragon Roar's vert and then into its weapon assembly. Doesn't look like it hit anything particularly critical, but it's taking shots that it wants to take, and here's another shot to the side. This is grinding that I believe eventually leads to that front right wheel coming off. That damage definitely adds up, even if there was no like classic digging into the top plate hammer saw battery fire. There was tons of damage that added up from really smart engages. Silencer's weapon also looks very durable to the fact that it is able to run into Sea Dragon Roar's vert blade so many times and sort of take that weapon down before it goes down. That was a great fight. Two blue beauties in the cage. Could be a blessing and a curse if Sea Dragon's Roar was to make it into the bracket alongside Adamant Barrage. That's two bots in two different weight classes you got to worry about. Hard enough to make repairs on one of these darn things. Now you got to repair both in the bracket window. When repair times end up getting shorter and shorter because the matches happen quicker as more and more bots get eliminated. The landscape does change slightly as we move on from prelims into KO show into primetime. Sweeping up some blue bits, some belts. All right, well, while we get Cage to a little less beat up, let's see what Sam has for us Cage side.
Thank you, Dima. I've got Joshua here from Silencer, and Silencer is so cool, Joshua. What can you talk us through it real briefly?
So Silencer is it's a two-wheel drive. Well, right now it's a two-wheel drive hammer saw, but it's a modular drive. I'm able to choose between two-wheel drive and a tracked system. So I decided to go with the wheels because the treads were having issues in my previous fights.
And Joshua, have you gotten much practice with a hammer saw robot? I know this is a pretty new robot to you.
I haven't had that much practice. I've gone through a few events with. Technically, this is a different robot from all of my events, so it's different.
All right, well, it looked good in that match, and I'm looking forward to the future of Silencer, so thank you so much. All right, back to y'all.
Thank you, Sam. Looks like we're getting some more fights ready, but in the meantime, let's see these robot fighting fans, these lovely NHRL participants. You are a participant even if you are a spectator in my eyes. Adam and Kyle, I think, are about to call this next one.
Well, thank you, Dima. I'd be happy to call this next one. Yeah, we do have some more combat action coming your way here in the KO show. One of the things that you should know, though, is you can see every single angle of this action, including fights that were not aired on this live stream earlier today and right now on our BrettZone. The BrettZone is a fantastic resource for combat robotic fans. It is an incredible resource for people wanting to make content about their favorite combat robot fights.
Yeah, BrettZone.com, it is an amazing resource because for fans, you can go see any fight you ever want to see. And for competitors, you can see every angle of every fight of everyone you're about to fight from all their previous competitions. So you can scout your opponents.
Absolutely.
You can scout yourselves. You can go back and watch tape immediately after the fight and see what went wrong. You can see what configurations your opponents tend to run against similar styles of robots. An amazing resource for teams and fans alike to see, again, every angle of every fight at BrettZone.com.
And speaking of fights, we're going to Cage 2 right now with more action coming your way. It's Viper King X taking on Chest Pop.
Is that the chest popping on the back?
I believe that's exactly what's happening.
Biomorphic design.
It's interesting backplate armor.
5,
Classic
4,
meter bar
3,
versus double
2,
disc.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, attempted box rush, hit the wall instead, and then big side corner impact coming in from Viper King X. And it seems like Chest Pop is a little bit punch drunk after that.
Viper King X getting some big hits here. Chest Pop not able to come back at all. Is the weapon even spinning?
No, it looks like the bracket mount's bent on that left side.
Completely torqued, and Viper King X has free reign for 2.5 minutes. Not anymore.
Oh, thank you. Chest Pop says, I'm done popping and locking for now. Please stop hitting my robot.
They saw what we saw and said, please stop the damage. That will be it for Chest Pop.
It looked like the way that oh, he's giving his competitor a hug, of course.
They're excited, had a good time.
Yeah, that was a rough matchup, but once the weapon was bent to the point where it was impeding the drive, there was no point in continuing on.
You know, you always say, well, I always say that anything can happen in the arena, and we've seen multiple times robots that look like that win the fight against a robot that looks fine. You know, things just stop, things burn out. You never know. It takes a lot of energy to destroy another robot, and sometimes that can do you in. And also, it's really expensive, and sometimes you just don't want to pay for it because it is low likelihood. So they're going to take that robot out, mostly in one piece, one kind of bent piece, and go home and fix it up a little bit better for next time.
Maybe figure out what caused that bend in the weapon bracket, but that was pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, not what you want to see off an initial engagement. If that had been later in the fight, you say, well, you know, we took a lot of hits, but that was really quick. So they'll have some design revisions to do there.
All right, now we can see our pits. Not quite clearing out yet. We've still just got a few people that have been eliminated from this tournament, but we do see some empty seats, empty tables.
Yeah, but this is still at the peak of the day. You're jammed in, elbow to elbow in the pits. It's starting to smell a bit. Everyone's getting hot and sweaty working on these robots bent over. But it's fun, and nobody notices because they're head deep in their robot as well.
The pits is where so much of this tournament really takes place.
Yeah, I think there's 3 brackets of time when you want to come to a robot event. The biggest bracket, you're sitting in front of your computer or over your desk at home building your robot, designing your robot, creating it. The second big bucket of time is in the pits here. You come to a robot event, you're in the arena for a few minutes. If you win the whole event, you might be in the arena for 15, 20 minutes. But you're in the pits for hours and hours and hours getting that robot prepped, getting that robot repaired. We take a look here, we see Chonky, RoboJacket's team there disassembled on the pit table.
They had a rough matchup with Galaxy earlier. Man, you can see all the Team Pandemonium folks down there lower. We've got the University of Cincinnati up there. Florida Gator Robotics right up there.
Yeah, Gator Robotics in the back coming up from Florida.
So many cool robots coming from that team today. All right, so we are now going back to Cage 2, more 3-pound robot fighting action, and we have a 3-pound robot fighting competitor, Dima Papazian, going to call this fight. Dima, take it away.
Well, thank you, Kyle. This is another 1-in-1 fight, meaning both of these competitors are fighting to get into bracket, or they're simply fighting for their life. Whoever loses this is going to be knocked out for the rest of the tournament. Say bye to your chances at Pro Tour. You need top 8 for that. But we are going to have Twisted Sister versus Kamino. It's like Kamino in the blue corner, driven by Aaron Taggart, and Twisted Sister, driven by Dave Wright out of Boulder, Colorado. Some really interesting records for both of these robots, but in particular this event, they are coming off of Kamino having beaten Actual Size, and Twisted Sister having lost via tap out to Sir Slicey. Or not tap out, forfeit, my bad. Aaron Taggart, for those who don't know, has been competing since 2002. For those of you who are not so good at doing simple math in your head, that is 20... Wait, why did I almost mess that up? That's 24 years of combat robotics. Twisted Sister's pilot, Dave Wright, his first robot was a 30-pound drum that he built with a forge.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, Twisted Sister is moving around like a big old machine, but that's a huge hit, nearly a roof shot from Kamino. Whoa, Kamino. Sick front flips. Twisted Sister still clearly alive, but having trouble moving. I wonder if its shuffling mechanism has been gummed up. That's not even a shuffler. I just got confused by the side wheel guards. Those are just some cleated wheels. Twisted Sister uses a gear-driven weapon system rather than traditional hubs or belt motors. And the weapon looks like it's still spinning at full speed. Definitely just having some drive issues, though, but you're going to have to get moving if you don't want the KO count to start. The unstick is complete, so if Kamino wants to take some shots, now's the time. You can either try to let them see if they got any motion, or you can go in for that last-minute KO. But the countdown has started. I hear it. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Knockout.
Darn it, that's got to sting. Great driving and decision-making by Kamino. There was a lot of chaos resulting from those first engages, but Kamino stayed stable in those scrambles. Really great job by both robots, but only one makes it into the bracket, and that is Kamino. Brett's gonna help Twisted Sister out, nudge them towards the doors because they can't move so good no more. We got some replays to take a look at real quick. That's that first engage. Inverted Kamino, but I'd rather be inverted than getting roof shotted like Twisted Sister did. Happens immediately again. You can see those sort of front flippy scrambles that are happening as a result. Kamino may be a little chaotic, but has the handling, the driving, and the power to back that up. It's one thing if you were very chaotic and you're scrambling all the time because, I don't know, you're getting hit too much. But if you're doing the hitting and your hits have the power behind them to make that chaos worth it, then you're in good shape. Then you're in a good spot. I'm joined by a booth member that I have not commentated alongside in a few moments. How you doing, Adam?
How you doing, Dima? I am doing great. Good to be here. Hopping in for some commentary from the host area.
Change of scenery for you.
A little change of scenery. Get more views back here. Get the laptop out. Get to look at some stats, which is always exciting. Read the YouTube comments, which I'm sure are all very positive. So we get this arena swept out a little bit here, ready for the next fight. I always like how the floor starts to mix things up a little bit. Who's dialed in? Who has that experience to know to design for the floor?
Yeah, it's one of those things that's, you know, always easier said than done. Oh, it's just robots. You just drive straight and you point your weapon at them. It is so much harder to go in a straight line than you think. That only gets worse as the cage gets more and more beat up.
Don't you just push the stick straight?
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah. Even straight on the stick is not as easy as it looks. You have that little bit of a thumb angle, and all of a sudden you have missed that box rush and you ran right into the wall.
It's tricky. It's and it gets fun, and there's no electronic system can really even account for the type of traction instances we get in the arena. So it's a bit like F1. You know, they don't let them use traction control, the driver control, making sure the car stays on the road, and we get a lot of that in these later fights in the KO show.
Awesome. I almost said my little brother. No, that's Big Bro. My big bro is in the cage fighting for his bracket life. Turbo Fiend versus Fluffernutter. Please tell me Turbo Fiend is in the pink corner where he belongs.
This is a classic matchup here. Two-wheel drive, big horizontal going up against a two-wheel drive vert.
A little vert. Turbo Fiend is very destructive, but it has a shockingly small blade.
Yeah, it's a very well-armored vert. You know, a lot of the verts these days put more weight balance into that weapon system, but you can see there's a lot of nice armor fork design happening here. Going to try and deflect that horizontal spinner.
I don't want to be too biased for this fight, but my baby is sort of in the cage. So I love how much Julian iterates on it for these past couple events. He gets new markings. He looks cooler.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Fluffernutter spinning
fight.
up a little early there and then back down to 0. One of those going to throw him off. Having a hard time driving. A lot of weight over the weapon for Fluffernutter.
Stay stable, Julian. Nice.
Turbo Fiend comes in for the hit from behind. Times it really well. Fluffernutter not able to move. Even out of the gate, they haven't been moving well. Not getting any better with hit after hit from Turbo Fiend.
Turbo Fiend looks like he's in the driver's seat, able to push Fluffernutter around and crucially get under him.
Fluffernutter is still spinning, but slower and slower as it goes on. Now they're a hat.
Playing some Team Fortress 2, huh?
Fluffernutter can't do anything. Wires dangling out of the hub motor. I don't think that weapon is going to spin up anymore, Dima.
I'm pretty confident that Turbo Fiend is, angling for a KO.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of motion out of Fluffernutter. Turbo Fiend comes in again. Fluffernutter is not going to get counted out here. They're trying to force the knockout. They're not tapping out. They're not stopping moving.
If it's your last match, if you lose and it's your last match, no matter what, you gotta fight to the bitter end for the most part.
You gotta keep going. Is always how I like to fight. Oh, there you go, upside down. Will they be able to move? Ooh, I'm not seeing any motion out of those wheels. That might be it for Fluffernutter. Halfway through this fight, I don't think they're going to be able to make it the full 3.
Yeah, sometimes you call for an unstick to try to get some last-minute jostling, but doesn't always give you what you need to survive. Turbo Fiend looking great, if I do say so myself. Only damage it seems to have taken is a little bit of wheel guard and fork positioning on that left side, doing a cute little victory dance.
Little dance. Turbo Fiend takes that with over a minute remaining. Doesn't even need 2/3 of the fight to get the KO, the full KO. Victory.
Great driving, big bro.
Fluffernutter wasn't going to let them take that home easy.
You guys like that?
Good job playing to the crowd, Julian. Everybody loves Julian, even if he's driving my robot. It's his too. Get some replays going. Here's what Turbo Fiend kind of wants to do. It doesn't, you don't always think this from a vert, but it wants to get completely under you. Like it wants to hold you on top of its Rhino horn weapon almost.
Yeah, it does a lot of sawing, and you could really hear it there as it was dragging its weapon around the base plate. Just that grinding saw noise, like a piece of tooling in a factory cutting into the base.
It used to be a little bit more of a secret, but maybe not so much anymore. When Turbo Fiend has you up against the ropes, up against kickplate, we like to spin the weapon all the way to 100. We're not going for a hit that's going to knock you around. We are going to try to cut into you, try to get some critical hit action while we make use of the full 10 seconds that we have during a pin.
Yeah, that was the old strategy with Shredderator, a shell spinner from back in the day, was they would put lots of tiny teeth in to shred the opponent, as opposed to the big hits shell spinners are known for. Ironically, as the game moved on, they switched to big teeth, and they were never able to get back their sort of winning ways that they used to have with the small teeth. There's certainly an advantage to that grinding versus the big hits, because when you get those big hits, it goes back into you as well. So if you can get the shredding down to a science, it works, and it paid off here. We're going to go cage side to Sam, who is Julian, for a post-fight interview.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I am here with Julian with Turbo Fiend, and that was a solid W, Julian. Is Turbo Fiend where you want it to be for this tournament?
I don't know about that. I've had a few tough fights, but I'm in the bracket. I went 2-1, which means I've got a tougher path, but that's just extra fights, baby. You know, I'm trying to go all the way to the end. Give me that golden dumpster.
All right, well, I am excited to see if you can do it this time.
I'm excited to see if I can do it too. I really want to do it. I don't know if you guys know, but I really want to win.
All right, well, we are just going to have to wait and see if he does in the future, but solid win here. And good luck, Julian.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt, but Julian doing exactly what he's supposed to do with Turbo Fiend, which is kiss him. Turbo Fiend has little eyes in the front because we like to anthropomorphize our robots somewhat. Turbo Fiend is absolutely a little guy, and if he's like a Tamagotchi. Like, you don't just have to iterate on him and repair him between matchups. You also have to, like, pat him on the head and praise him and say that he did a good job in there and that you have more carnage to award him in the form of more fights moving on. We have the crowd chanting for Kazaya, a fan favorite, but we are not piloting Chainsaw Kitty today. Bite, bite, bite. I love this energy. Thank you, folks. Keep this up all day, if you please. But we are not piloting Chainsaw Kitty today. We are piloting Breakneck. Nyan, nyan.
Speaking of piloting, those were some fantastic pilot jumpsuits.
Oh, yeah.
I have seen just, it almost feels like a military base around here today. There's just so much olive drab.
we have that mill surplus swag.
It's more olive glam today than anything else.
You can see the new logo for the Team Black Cat Club on the side of Breakneck there.
4, 3.
We're up against Ankle Biter.
1.
Fight, robots.
Way to go.
Fight.
Quick spin up on both robots. Ankle Biter coming out of the corner quickly, but unsure how to attack. Breakneck Nyanya.
Yeah, it's really hard to get head on with this robot.
Oh, Breakneck taking big pieces out of the side of Ankle Biter. It got its ankle bit hard. Now Breakneck going flying, not flying, but skittering across the arena.
Breakneck will, I believe, soon be known for this chaos and this jumping around.
I saw this earlier. We need to see real attacks out of Breakneck. Oh, and a weapon slowing down to a crawl there for a moment. Not like Breakneck. Ooh, big hits there.
Ankle Biter's weapon, I don't think is spinning anymore. But if they're able to run that bar into Breakneck and stop their weapon too.
Oh, Breakneck has stopped now. That weapon is slowed to a crawl, and it does not have wheels. If the weapon isn't spinning, it ain't winning. Breakneck is gonna be counted out quickly if it can't get unstuck.
Little extra time with this unstick, but I'm not sure this is gonna get their weapon spinning back up, and that's what they need.
I saw a lot of ankle biter bits and pieces tossed around the arena. They may have jammed up Breakneck's weapon.
Oh, I wonder.
It may be a situation where trying to spin that in reverse could free up something.
Yeah, looks like Kazaya might be trying to turn the transmitter on and off to see if that will help.
A count out is gonna start. It's an excited crowd, but it is going to knock out. An unfortunate end for Breakneck Yanya today, but Ankle Biter is going to be taking home the win.
Yep, unfortunate for Breakneck. That sort of chaotic robots. Would have loved to see them go farther. As you can tell by the crowd's energy, Kazaya is always a favorite, no matter what bot they're in the cage with.
Unfortunately, Breakneck will be headed home, along with driver Kazaya. We're going to go into the replays and just see how we got there.
Yeah, that was that first hit, which I would describe as a sort of bite. You saw chunks coming off of that, but then every impact after this was targeted weapon on weapon.
It was really tough for Breakneck to get any sort of control in the arena after that point. You need a consistency and stability, or you really need to make those shots count. And we certainly saw a lot of damage with that one biting attack from Breakneck, but we didn't see a follow-up. We didn't see a kill shot to take out Ankle Biter. And with this kind of design, you really need to get that big hit chained with another big hit to deliver the KO, or do it right the first time and knock the opponent out in a one-hit KO.
Yeah, they did get Ankle Biter's weapon down, but that's not enough to finish the fight. Ankle Biter could still drive from that period on. They kind of do need that KO before they either KO themselves or enough chaos happens to take their weapon down.
I do wonder what happened to Breakneck's weapon. It's such a durable system. It's so simple of a system. It really makes you wonder what happened. Looking here, we've got the teammates. Cage side, look how stuck that weapon is. It's being held up by a pair of pliers, and it's not moving at all. So my guess is that we've got some sort of bearing issue, or maybe the motor has shattered its magnets internally. There's a lot of things that could go wrong, but it is seized tight.
Even with quote-unquote simple weapon systems, there are points of failure, like you said, like the magnets inside the motor that you have to worry about. Troubleshooting for them to do later, but now we are panning over with our beautiful Skycam over to Cage 1. It's going to be Infrared versus Big Era, not Bag Era, Big Era, because this is the 12s.
I love that naming convention.
Do you also love Infrared's color scheme? Because I saw some overhead shots of it earlier from the couch, and
it's beautiful.
It's
it
pretty.
Is absolutely beautiful. I kind of think I'm caught up on this naming convention. I want a mini era or like a micron era.
Small era.
Small era.
Small SMOL.
Just a little guy era.
Infrared is so pretty, but okay. Rarely are bots pretty, I will say. Some bots are beautiful. Some bots are cute.
Some are aesthetic.
Some bots are bad arse. They're BA.
Mm-hmm. You went a little British on me there.
Going British on it. But Infrared is pretty. There aren't a whole lot of bots that are pretty. Oh, but you have a different top plate this time. I don't get to see the rainbow colors. Okay, well,
Dima, I don't think there's any shortage of rainbow in your life.
I could always use more.
That's a good point.
That was targeted, Ricky. I know you, so I didn't take offense to that. But whoa.
No, I just if anyone can make up for it in the most positive way, I believe in you, Dean.
Thank you for believing in me. Ricky, I believe in you too. Infrared, I don't want to be too partial, but if you, I hope you win, or hope you come to another NHRL so I can see that top plate once again. It is so beautiful.
Let's talk here a bit about design diversity. Obviously, a big difference in the width on these robots. Infrared, this wide slung, big outer fork design, going up against a much more compact, big era, four-wheel drive, vertical spinner kind of compact. We call that the meta here most of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe the default design, you might say.
Default is a good way of putting it, because while it is often meta, there are some times when it is not dominant as a result. And sometimes we think of the word meta meaning what is dominant or just what is most prevalent. This sort of compact vert style I often refer to as a 51% robot. And
Interesting.
If you've ever heard that sort of archetype names in like other games or other sports, 51% means you are just very slightly favored against the whole field. Like you don't want to have matchups that are like 70%, 30% in your favor. You just want to be a little favored in every matchup.
Well, you know, the way I look at this is you get all the benefits of having a well-proven design that people understand, but you also have all the downsides of being the design everyone is designed to fight against.
5.
Yeah, everybody is ready for you.
3, 2.
See if they're ready for him in this
1.
fight.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Big Era, quick out of the corner, but getting stuck on the floor. Blocking horns. Big Era jumping end over end and putting a big gouge in our arena floor. Sparks and Sparks. Infrared is able to throw Big Era head over heels. Again and again, it is winning these exchanges.
Infrared is just not letting him breathe. What is this suffocation? This is apnea.
Apnea, great name for a robot. Oh, you can see the fork on the front of Big Era is starting to peel up. That's going to cost it engagement, and now it's stuck on the rails with one of its drive belts missing.
These weapon engages have not gone in Big Era's favor, and unstick coming.
With that weapon belt missing at best, it's going to have 2 drive wheels on the ground.
Fluffy got you back in the fight. Now what do you got?
They are still spinning, and they are still working at it, but I see battery smoke coming from the underside of Big Era.
Big Era did sort of emit a little bit of flatulence on its head there. A little bit of cartoon violence, cartoon humor.
You can hear the countdown, and it is interrupted by a tap out. Your winner.
And onto the bracket.
Home and headed into, walking out of this fight with a ticket to the bracket. Infrared.
That was a really interesting fight. Infrared was able to bully using their width. They were winning weapon-on-weapon engages. From our internal stats, we had predicted that Big Era was the favorite with a 54% chance to win. So it could have gone either way. But we also did predict that there was a 67% chance that this would end in KO. But let's see some replay shots.
Take a look at these engagements. You can see Infrared getting under, and that trip into the arena wall really took a toll on Big Era.
Those 2 gashes that it sort of painted in the floor are something that future competitors are going to have to drive over and worry about. But oh my goodness, it looks so cool.
That is the moment that battery took a hit. It is steaming, it's smoking, and it is over for Big Era.
Got KO'd, let one last fart rip. We've all been there.
Can't hold him in when you're dead, Dina.
Famously, no. Hello, robot fighting fans. Sorry to put on my Big Bopper voice a little bit, but I love hitting that hello, robot fighting fans. Yeah, y'all are on TV. Wave. Say hi to me.
Hey, anymore. It's bigger than TV. It's YouTube.
Ooh. Literally bigger than TV. The video star has been killed.
RoboCat Pride.
Seeing pride for our favorite bots, our favorite teams, our favorite college teams. Hi, guys.
Look at that excitement.
Almost as excited as me. Let me see that sign. What does it say? Ah, the camera's not focusing on the lens.
So washed it off.
Cheering
Go Ares, that's what it says.
Cheering for Ares. Cheering for the god of war?
The children crave violence, Dima.
They sure do.
Destruction.
That's what we're here for at NHRL. We are putting on the safest simulated form of violence that everybody loves.
Listen, here at NHRL, we do dangerous things safely. That is the mantra.
Safety first, state law second.
You know, I will say I'd be more worried if we had children like crying out for pestilence.
The other mythical aspects.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Ares is fine.
Yeah.
Athena, Ares, Hephaestus, those are good ones you can cheer for. Once you start cheering, once we have children cheering for Hades and Loki, we might be.
Hades got a bad rap, man.
Yeah.
Look, you look into Hades. Do you know who had the best relationships in ancient lore? Hades.
You mean like healthiest
the
relationships?
Healthiest, yeah. If they went to a counselor, oh, look at this beautiful day. It is starting to get a little overcast, but the temperature is great, and the food trucks are delicious. Get in now. Miss that dinner rush. You just missed the lunch rush.
The food trucks we have here at NHRL in this outside area, not only do we have monitors and TVs outside for you to watch the action while you eat so you still never miss a beat, we have some of the best food trucks I've ever eaten at, ever. Like, those birria tacos, they go nuts every time. They go crazy. Yeah, Ricky was right. Get in, if you want some, get in quick, because these are going to be packed in a few hours once we're ready in prime time.
I would say the line is going to be out the door, but it's actually going to be back in the door.
Yeah, the line's going to be through the door.
Speaking of prime time, just to get you all prepped, if you want the most exciting fights of the night, we are going to be kicking off our prime time show at 7 p.m. Please make sure you tune in.
Set your clocks.
Set your alarms.
Camera is going to take you through a little trip of the downstairs area. You can see the bowl on the left, that's cage 1 and 2, but on the right where we're walking through, here's all the cages that we don't see on stream. If you want to come down to one of these events, we have so many cages of action all day. So there's always a fight happening.
Looks like Adamant Barrage might have just walked home with a win.
It's getting moved. I wonder if they were the...
Oh, they may not have been the victor. Ah, I see. Adamant Barrage lost that exchange. Lottery walked home with the win.
Lottery punching its scratch card into bracket, it looks like.
Bravo to them.
Bravo.
I was interested to see, because Lottery had kind of a lucky fate earlier in the day.
Well, it is Lottery.
Yeah, that's a great point. They punched their ticket. Good for them.
Okay, so we were just talking about Ares and Hades. If you are able to submit tributes to gods of luck or deities of luck that you may believe in, I find that you are often rewarded with sort of fluke victories every now and then. We're going to talk about Havoc 101 rules a little bit for those that are just tuning in. So there are 3 weight classes that we run here at NHRL. We run 3 pound, 12 pound, and 30 pound. 12 pound and 30 pound have a bigger cage with more room to move around in. Each fight is 3 minutes with a singular goal: to destroy your opponent's robots, to cause them enough harm to win the fight by a KO. Fights end by the aforementioned KO, a tap out, or a judge's decision if they go to time without a clear victor. Each bot gets allowed 1 unstick per fight, and an unstick is when the house bot comes and helps you out of the corner where you can't move, or off of a kick plate where you can't move, or if it happens that you're stuck on a piece of material of some kind in the arena. And the top 8 bots qualify for prime time. which is our sort of final show of the day, the top 8s of each bracket. And the robots and the builders that make it into top 8 are also punching a ticket to Pro League and Pro Tour later in the year. We're going to have Adam and Kyle call this fight. Adam, Kyle, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ms. Papazian. It is a pleasure to call this fight. I love a good Steggy fight. Some Florida man energy in a four-wheel drive form.
5,
Undercutter
4,
versus Undercutter carnage.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We got Secator from UCCR.
Oh, big hit right off the bat. Both robots still spinning, but Secator into the corner and Steggy come from behind.
Looks like the weapon is no longer functioning on Steggy.
Ooh, that is gonna be a big factor in this fight if Secator can stay spun up. Oh, and Steggy, looks like they spun up for a second there.
Could have just been a transfer of momentum from the, oh, that's the belt. That's
the entire weapon from Secator.
That's bye-bye. So we have two weaponless bots now. This is officially a pushing match, which I would give
still
Steggy.
spinning though,
Yeah,
Kyle.
it is. Look at that. What a great weapon. Super well balanced, still spinning even out of the robot.
This is Steggy's fight. At this point, you'd have to think they are slightly more wedge-shaped here.
And
Able
four-wheel
to
drive.
Control the fight. I will say Steggy still has a weapon. It's just not spinning. Secator's weapon has ejected from the robot.
Yeah, it's now kind of an arena hazard over there in the corner, wedged underneath the wood railing.
This is changing the center of gravity and balance of Secator entirely. It's driving differently than it was earlier. That could be 1/3 of the way to the robot over there.
Another pin from Steggy.
We usually don't have a lot of pins with the new rules, but once your weapons are down, pins are back in play.
Yeah, what else are you going to do?
Secator just has to hope that Steggy burns out their drive. Not much they can do here, although getting a pin of their own somehow. Steggy, the 5 seed tonight, trying to make it to prime time, needs this win. Loser is going to go home. One minute left to secure this fight in the judges' eyes. Steggy's weapon went down earlier. Secator's weapon went down more spectacularly. And then it's been a pushing battle since, so the judges are going to be keeping their eye out. Who's winning these pins? Who's getting more? Can anyone get a flip in? Does anyone get any more condition damage here?
How much do you think that'll factor into the judge's decision? How spectacularly Secator lost their weapon.
Oh no!
Oh no, that's the nut that held the weapon in place that looks like they might be high centered.
Yeah,
on some
it
piece
looks
of debris
like
over there.
Steggy is high centered.
There we go. They called for the unstick. They got it. Now they're back to a pushing matchup.
That is not going to be good in the judge's eyes, though, needing to use your unstick. And a lot of this now, this is going to factor into that, attack half. Are you causing harm, attempting to cause harm? Now that condition, although both just lost their weapon, I think that the weapon ejecting is more structural damage to the robot. That could count more against their condition score. Like, that's a worse way to lose you.
I'd say so. Some teammate forgot to put the Loctite on the weapon bolt nut there, for sure. But both bots able to back themselves up to the door.
Yeah, Steggy needing to unstick. Will that play into it? The judges have a tough one there. A little bit more weapon usage out of Secator. Secator seemingly took out Steggy's weapon pretty quickly. And then their weapon was lost on an engagement they started, right? So that was showing attack when that happened. How's that going to play in? Let's take a look at the rules here. How are the judges making their decision? They use attack. That's a 5-point max score. More harm, more points. We define harm as putting your opponent in a worse place than they started. That could be flipping them, that could be getting them stuck. That could be slamming them into a wall. It doesn't have to be damage, although damage is a great way to show harm and score attack.
Next up, we have condition 6 points maximum. The less damage you take, the more points you gain. In other words, if you look like you won the fight at the end of the fight, you are more likely to win that condition score.
And condition does still have sort of a little rubric there. You'll get more or fewer points, depending on your weapon, on your drive. Is it still sort of working or is it completely damaged? What's your frame like? We do have tiering. This is a very structured condition score. But you get more points for having a robot that is in better condition. And then basically we have 3 judges, but if you win 2, you win the fight.
At the end of each fight, we do have the prove it period. Immediately post-fight, we demonstrate weapons performance, demonstrate drive capability. The judges use this as a reference of functionality and compare that to your functionality throughout the fight. So it is very important that you are able to get everything up and working that you can at the end of the fight to help with your condition score.
It's a key moment to show that your robot still works and do it with a little bit of style. The judges have their work cut out for them after that last fight.
Oh, we got some Bearcats loading into the arena here. Yet another college team.
A lot of college teams here tonight. It's one of the stories we're tracking. I wouldn't be surprised if we have colleges sweep the dumpsters tonight with how many teams we've got.
All right, so to call this big bot action, we're going to go to our friend in the play-by-play booth, the stylish Dima Papazian.
Thank you, Kyle. I have Ricky back with me, though. Ricky, what do you think of these two?
Well, we've got Invisible Hand going up against Junkyard Dog, and this is probably one of the most classic matchups you can have in the form of a horizontal spinner going against a vertical spinner. You've got a relatively compact drum here, and that is, frankly, I think it may struggle to get bite. It's all going to be about the driving. Can that get to a squishy, chewy part of the opponent, or is it going to be left going metal to metal, weapon to weapon?
I see. It's really hard sometimes driving against these horizontals. The folks driving these horizontals usually like to figure 8 a lot, and they're hard to catch.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Now let's take a look. Invisible Hand is the 10th rated seed. That being the vertical spinner that we have here that just sped off screen. That is going to be a tough place to live up to for Junkyard Dog, which does not sit in the top 10 list.
No, Junkyard Dog is also the underdog. According to my handy-dandy stats right here, looks like we have Invisible Hand as 59% to win. And seeding reflects that. So, Junkyard Dog, you have your work cut out for you, but I believe, and I'm going to choose to believe, even though I just clearly know this is not the case, that your name is a reference to the old pro wrestler.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away we go. Quick spin up from Junkyard Dog. Let's see if they can hit as well as they spin. Ooh, they can! Invisible Hand careening into the arena wall, upside down, looking to self-right.
Running away, depending on how you look at this.
Oh, but
no.
Now Junkyard Dog has spun down. They're sitting lifeless in the pink corner of the arena.
Bro, that's bad. I need to see motion. Don't listen to the ref. I want to see some motion.
Dima needs motion. Now we are seeing none of it from Junkyard Dog. They have initiated an unstick attempt, but this is just a hope and pray situation.
Looks like they're turning their transmitter on and off. That looked like something electrical. That looked like everything died at once and wasn't necessarily from the hit because it was spinning while it was sitting still. Like it looked like it was spinning, and then just died.
Yeah, anything can happen in those big exchanges. It's not like someone makes motors from the ground up to say, I want to get 300 mile an hour impacts and shrug them off.
No shrugging happening here, folks.
No, Junkyard Dog unfortunately headed back to the scrap heap.
Interestingly, Junkyard Dog was a capstone project for the driver, Tad Dries. He says part of the project was using a right angle gearbox to drive the spinner. Super interesting. Oh, that's what a pretty shot of the in-arena sign with a hit on the knockout.
That is a big hit. And it could be, Dima, you're talking about this right-angled drive. They are sometimes prone to damage in these big hits. The right-angled drives have a very rigid coupling between the gears, and what can happen in a bad exchange is it just shatters because it doesn't have a way to take all that force back into the robot in a way that absorbs it, and it just causes breaking.
Yeah, and the way I'm seeing the bot sheet, like the info sheet, describe this gearbox powering the weapon, I don't assume those gears are 3D printed. And there's advantages to every sort of material, but the 3D printed gears tend to, I think, have more shock absorption.
Certainly in this particular weight class, you can make an argument for it.
In this particular weight class, yeah, I would not want to see 3D printed gears in the 30s.
It starts to get a little dicey.
It gets to a point.
You can see our arena side staff doing a lovely job keeping our arena clean. We make a lot of debris here, quite a bit of detritus, some rubbish.
This is safe simulated violence, folks, but much like a gladiator arena or a coliseum, we still have to clean up the results of the carnage. Pieces of robot, shards of arena that have been torn off of the kick plates.
Eagle-eyed observer might be able to notice, though, we don't repair the floor very often, and that is intentional. By having this rough floor setup, it actually makes a bit of terrain that the robots need to be able to traverse to win a fight. When you have that setup, it makes drivers make a choice on their fork setup, on their tire setup. They have to have a flexible drive system that can accommodate irregularities around them. Put simply, you have to be able to adapt to your surroundings, and it makes for some really interesting robot designs.
Yeah, that's one of those things that's really hard to prepare for, especially if you don't have a lot of experience in the sport yet. Knowing what you have to adapt to, what it's going to be like to drive on a cage that has taken a beating versus a fresh cage. And even if you're driving at home on a wood floor, on a test box, that's going to be different than even a fresh cage. Every floor is going to be different.
Dima, we have shiny objects in the arena. You know what that means.
That means fire. I think it means fire. Am I right?
It means fire. It means flames. It means a scorcher is about to occur. We have Limewire from builder Joshua Reinhardt, the builder of our currently top-seeded 30-pound robot, also a fire robot. He's in the arena. He's ready to barbecue.
Yeah, Joshua, for the past season or so, has been our sort of resident pyromancer. If you've been watching these events, he's the one bringing the biggest and baddest flamethrowers all the way to championships and then some.
Joshua is going to be going up against FTP. This is a new robot that is new to NHRL, coming out of Schenectady, New York. Don't know a lot about it yet. It's obviously obscured by this heat-resistant foil that's been applied just for this match. But it is, by all accounts, a potent vertical spinner, and it's certainly going to try to give Limewire a run for its money.
We are new to this bot, but we are not new to the driver. It's just nice to see him on something, like you said, in the builder sheet, it says, finally, a new bot. Nice to see you on something that is not Jack Move, although I still love to see classic robots fight. It's nice to see any driver on something new. See what you've been cooking up since last time. Cages are closed. We are getting ready. Joshua looking locked in on the sticks.
100%? Okay, good luck. Fight hard. Oh,
the greediness of some of these drive coaches. We have so many camera angles here at NHRL. You still need another angle? You still need to film this?
You know, when asked how many camera angles do you need, the only thing they tell me is just a little bit more.
Insatiable. These engineers need so much data.
Gotta feed it to the algorithm, Dima. 100 years from now, when you're watching CGI robots fight it out, how do you think they're going to know what
5,
true
4,
robot fighting looks
3,
like?
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. Excellent first exchange there. Limewire bullying the opponent, but not able to get ignition yet on the flame.
Yeah, you can see the vapor of the fume, if I'm correct, being spewed out from the nose, the nozzle.
Yeah, that is aerosolized butane being sprayed out, but it's not catching fire.
Something's not igniting.
Not yet. Now, FTP went down for quite a bit there. It really stalled out. Something is not quite right with that robot.
Yeah, that looked scary from the first engage. I wonder if it is a transmitter issue, which can happen when you apply so much tape to your robot.
That is absolutely a possibility. I am not seeing any flame or even igniter action from Limewire, but it might not make a difference.
Oh, FTP called for their unstick, and as soon as it happened, they were able to move again.
FTP not able to land any big hits against Limewire so far.
But Limewire not doing any of the burning that we know it for.
A little bit of a dance in the middle of the arena here.
Limewire's download speed just looks a little weaker than it did earlier.
That's what you get with 56K modems.
Having trouble finding a torrent with some seeds.
Limewire really looking for an opening here, but without the flame, it's limited in what it can do.
Yeah, they're both sort of trying to angle for a pushing match to show dominance here, but neither of them are really able to cut a good angle on the other.
Now, Limewire has some really intense cleats on the back of the robot. It can really push hard, but
that's a great explanation for why it's able to even participate in these shoving matches against something so much bigger.
Right. It's all about that traction.
That's a good
Limewire upside
start.
down now, and that's also going to make it very difficult to win a pushing match. Maybe it helps get that ignition to work.
I mean, FTP still got a full minute to make something happen.
Right now, the fact that FTP has been able to do damage with its weapon is going to be a huge deal. If Limewire can't either somehow knock out its opponent or get its fire running, they're going to have a really hard time when it comes to the judges. Coming down on the last 30 seconds of this match, neither robot able to find an opening, but I do notice Limewire is slowing down.
Yeah, FTP is looking sort of best at the end of this fight. Like, it's looking like it's in the best condition now.
Certainly, but that weapon has been very intermittent. It's only ever spun up for a few seconds at a time. Something is seriously wrong. We're coming down on the last 10 seconds of the match. This will be going to the judges.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
That is the end of the match. Limewire is going to be struggling coming out of this. You can see Drew Davis, cage side, piloting FTP. Both robots trying to show off their functionality. You can see weapon movement from FTP, drive movement from FTP, drive movement from Limewire, but no weapon firing on.
Yeah, it would have been awesome to see you guys both at full functionality, but at least the fight felt a little fair because you both weren't at full functionality.
That is a great point. They both kind of had an equal amount of, I don't know about equal, but they both had handicaps to overcome in this fight, and it kept it from being too lopsided in one direction or another.
Two old school builders, old school bot designs, old school names.
Yeah, I didn't even make the connection, but you're right. FTP and Limewire both used for retrieving files from the internet.
Oh, that wasn't my first thought. I was thinking the other meanings.
Oh, okay. Well,
still old school.
Yeah, still old school. We will have to wait and see what the judges come back with that. I think that is pretty solidly in the hands of FTP, but
you never know, though.
You never know. As they love to say, if you want to win, don't let it go to the judges.
There's got to be a nail biter, too, for like waiting for that judge's decision. Both of them are 1-1. Whoever wins that is in prelims, so you got to be sitting there waiting. Please, please, please.
It's a great point. It's a do or die fight. In the meantime, while we wait, we're going to go to Sam.
Yes, thank you, Ricky. I'm here with Drew Davis and FTP. Drew, FTP is a new robot. What are some of the things that are difficult about building a new robot?
So it's a new design, and the things that are difficult is that you don't know what to expect to break and not work, right? So this seems to be getting concussed when I have big hits, and then I kind of brown out for a moment and come back to life, but those 9.5 seconds is obviously close to the being counted out. You know, and drive would kind of go in and out. This is, I guess, what I expect from a new bot. It drives well, which is important. It seems to be durable, which is important. Man, but if I could get these electronic issues settled, I'm confident. But I'm headed to the bracket, and hopefully we get some worked out before that happens.
All right, Drew, and real quick, FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. For the people, File Transfer Protocol, whatever you think. Yeah, can't live without it, exactly.
All right, thank you so much, Drew. Back to y'all at the desk.
Alrighty, we are back to Beatles, BTB with Cage 2. Who do we got here?
Ghastly going up against Anubis.
There is a dash between the GH and the Ghastly in Ghastly.
I heard specifically that it is going to run around and hurt me about Ghastly. Let's go ahead and get to Kyle. He is, I think, by the big screen.
That's a good place for anyone to be, but we are here watching this 3-pound robot action, myself and Adam. Adam, this looks like it'll be a fun little fight.
Yeah, always good when a horizontal goes up against a vert. Big hits, sometimes upwards, sometimes sideways. We'll see which way this one goes, but I have a feeling we're going to get some roof shots here. As the evening goes on and we whittle the field down, the robots that remain hit harder and last longer, and the fights get better and better.
Yeah, Anubis, you can see on the opposite of the arena there. They are coming in number 6 seed for this event.
Fight, robots,
Ghastly
fight.
is no pushover, though. That is a hard-hitting robot.
Off the bat, you see Anubis getting the better of the ground game, better of the engagements here. Got to watch the gyro. That's what Ghastly's going to be looking for.
Wow, beautiful run-through shot by Anubis there.
Big hits here from Anubis, sending Ghastly into the air, hitting the armor. Ghastly still working, and you can see there Anubis now flying around off that one.
Not able to get their bot under control. Oh, there we go. They are back on all fours.
Ghastly is going around the arena, and then Anubis is going around harder. They got to watch out because they do too much of that. They're going to damage themselves.
Just ran Ghastly's weapon into the floor.
Big series of hits.
Yeah, we're missing parts now. Oh,
that's
the phone.
Camera. The arena camera.
Wow.
Taken out, and Ghastly is just getting hit after hit from Anubis, and their weapon is not spinning. It is bent. The frame is bent. They're getting stuck on the phone case here. Oh, they're spinning again. That was unexpected, but Ghastly back up to speed, not able to do anything either way. Anubis just backing off here. Ghastly going to use their unstick. Anubis happy to give it to him.
Wow, you can see that wedge in the front of Anubis is bent out of shape.
Ghastly is not spinning any longer, though, and Anubis is just letting them have it. I'm not seeing any movement at all now, Kyle.
No, that looks like one dead robot, not even spinning wheels on the back of it. This is Anubis' matchup, unless Ghastly can pull off a miracle.
Anubis coming in for the hit just to make sure they're dead. There's a fire.
Dark, thick, black smoke coming out.
That is a big electrical fire. We didn't get a fire earlier in that flame bot fight, but we got one here, Kyle.
That was gross. Anubis showing some power at the end of that matchup.
Where's your battery in there? Right about there.
So I don't think that was a battery fire. Typically the battery fire is lighter and the smoke falls down. That was thick and black and billowing upwards.
Thick black smoke rising up, a big spark to start it. I think that might have been an ESC.
Watch out for the phone. Come over here.
Can't diagnose every problem from outside of the robot, but you get the signs, the telltale signs. And look at this replay. Anubis just chaining hits, one right after the other.
It started off and it looked like Ghastly was going to be able to tank these hits for a significant portion of time, and they did. But after they took out the phone in the corner, that was the moment things kind of flipped, and Ghastly's weapon was down and intermittent, and the frame gradually tweaking until they couldn't move. They wouldn't tap out, and Anubis said, I'll end it this way.
If you don't want to tap out, that's fine. I'm just going to set your electronics on fire. That was a fun bit of work there from these two teams. Anubis really showing off their skill, showing off why they're ranked number 6 seed for this event.
Sometimes people will ask, why do you go in for a hit like that and not wait for the count out? We've seen already earlier today robots that were being counted out come back to life, avoid the count out, and win the fight, and via KO even. So it is interesting to see these moments and what people choose to do, because if you leave your opponent for the count out, they might come back to life. But you can make sure if you go in for the hit. And Anubis sure did make sure there.
Yeah, look at all that damage, man, on the cage. All right, we're going to go to Sam. Sam, what do you got for us cage side, bud?
Yes, I am actually with Brian Roos, who is part of the tech team here at NHRL, and he is one of the gentlemen who gets called in when a camera goes down in the cage. So, Brian, what's the protocol when we lose one of these cameras?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of spare iPhone 15 Pros that we have on standby with already cases and everything. So we know these are going to get damaged and hit, so all I have to do is swap the phone, swap the fan, and plug it back in and get it connected, and we're good to go.
All right, that's so simple, and we're prepared, so thank you so much for getting it swapped quickly and making sure all of our viewers at home can see every single angle.
Wow. I mean, the iPhones have been really glorious for us as corner cams. They take hits exceptionally well. They take heat exceptionally well. And this has been really a test of their usage today. I don't think anything could have survived that hit.
Well, the crazy thing here is that, let's say you blow up a camera, it's pretty much worthless. You can sell broken iPhones on eBay for a lot of money.
Ah, interesting.
So, we'll get some value out of that phone.
Fair enough. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you can see they're having to reset kind of everything on that corner of the arena after that. This little arena has taken quite a pounding today. One of our first fights today, one of the impacts on it was so hard from hitting a melty brain into the wall that a bolt actually came out of its thread and landed on the floor right next to the side of the cage. Just an immense amount of power being transferred through these walls today.
A lot of power. The robots always get more powerful, and the arenas are also constantly upgraded between each event to be better and better. One of our most recent updates was changing those kick plates in the 3-pound arena to be more Lexan, so you can see through them, even when the robots are down low. But I'm hearing that we've got Sam cage side who's going to call this next match right next door.
Yeah, sort of a match. I'm going to call this phone swap that Brian Roos is doing, and you'll see we have a new angle for cameras in Cage 2, and it's this one up in the top here that looks down over into Brett's corner. So this one can capture roof shots way better than any of our other angles. However, we have not developed the armor for this camera in this position just yet. So if you looked into, say, the pink or the blue corner, we've got steel in front of these iPhones, where in the upper corners, they're just there all out on their own, all exposed to the world and the violence in the cage. So it's not surprising that this one took a tumble and shattered and the fan broke off. But it looks like the new camera is just about set in place, and then it's just a matter of checking the feed, making sure the angle is just right, and then we're good for more matches.
Yeah, great look there at the details in the cage, how we're bringing you these views. I'm always impressed with the 3-pound cage. Makes the robots and the hits feel as impactful when you watch it on stream as it does in person here next to the arena in the bowl.
You'd think putting something in the top corner of one of these boxes, it would be relatively safe, but the insanity of the hits in the 3-pound division means these bots are hitting the roof, hitting the corners, hitting every square inch of this box.
Yeah, if you put a camera in the top corner of the 30-pound arena, it would rarely get hit.
It'd be fine.
But the
yeah.
3-pounders are roof-shotting each other multiple times a match throughout the day. Nothing is safe.
One of the things I wanted to point out in that matchup is when debris from the arena or even from your opponent lands on the floor, that's just the field of play now. We don't go in there to remove anything. We don't get anything out of your way. If you knock all the lights off of the ceiling and every camera into the middle of the arena, you just have a bunch of arena hazards now, and you caused that yourself.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why ground clearance is always a double-edged sword. You want to be low, you want to be able to get under your opponent, but the more you do that, then the riskier it is in those situations, and it happens a lot, and we will see people high center on a nut and lose a fight.
All right, well, if you are just joining us, my name is Kyle Kroos. This is Adam Wrigley. We are here in our KO show. Every single fight is a knockout fight. If you lose, you go home from this point on. We're in our third qualifying event of the year, the last one before the first ever NHRL Pro Tournament event happening in the middle of next month on the 15th. Very excited about that. How's this day been going for you, Adam?
I've been really excited seeing everybody hard hits as always here. Everyone wants to make that Pro Tour event. That's going to be the first Pro Tour Invitational in mid-May. That's going to be a stacked field. Whoever makes it and competes in tonight's primetime event starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, the top 8 from each weight class will be invited. And that will be interesting to see who makes it there. That's what we're doing right now, narrowing down the field.
Absolutely. Super pumped about that Pro Tour event, the best of the best of the best. Next up, we also want to talk about hot honey looking spicy every single time Team 90s kid comes to this event. They bring something incredible. This time, it's a collaboration.
Yeah, just having fun with the Kazaa series of robots, and this time bringing in a robot from Team Honeycracked. So we've got half of Kazalite, the flame-throwing multibot that won Worlds last year, paired up with half of a Honeycracked multi-bot spinner. So now we've added kinetic energy to the Kazaa equation if it wasn't dangerous enough with the flames.
It's been an unbeatable combination all day. We can't wait to see how far they go in the tournament. But right now we're going to go to Cage 2 with some more 3-pound action. We've got Burning Money over there, and then we're going up against, what's the other one? I think
Queen Cream?
Queen Cream?
Queen Cream?
Cream Queen? So this is an XP fight.
So the XP is a series we do. So when the 3-pound class fills up, competitors who have already competed here get priority for the 3-pound class in the open if the wait list fills up. But if you're new, you can still come and compete here at the XP tournament, a smaller tournament and run side by side with all new robots. It's good because then you don't have to go up against, the top seeded robot in the class your first fight. You can go up against somebody of similar experience.
5,
and once you get that
4,
experience, then
3,
you'll bump to the top
2,
of that wait list for
1.
the main open.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, Burning Money sending Quinn Creamy up to the ceiling. They made this robot hard to pronounce, I think.
Yeah, intentionally. I do like the single fork.
Maybe it's King Kareem?
Ooh, I like that, King Kareem.
King Kareem. King Kareem is no longer spinning. Burning Money is making a lot of noise. You can see a lot of that gyro dance. They've got a lot of power in there. But the fork of King Kareem getting in, and now smoke coming out of burning money. Something other than money is burning here, Kyle.
You don't know that. There could be a lot of money inside of that robot right now on fire. That could be the problem.
It's literally burning money. Money doesn't make the best armor.
Just folded up a few $100 bills, stuffed it in there right next to the ESC and the batteries. Just see what happens, you know? Why not?
Sometimes it feels like that's what we're doing, Kyle. As King Kareem is using this fork to great effect, getting burning money into the corner. Burning money no longer spinning, no longer has that death hum. But King Kareem is not giving up. This is why you never give up, Kyle. You never know what's going to happen. It looks like Burning Money had this fight in the bag, and King Kareem showing some great driving here, pinning Burning Money against the wall again.
Yeah, they're getting their pin. They release just in time. That's beautiful. Are they coming in for another pin?
Yeah, they release and they come back in.
Oh, that's a weapon!
Burning Money is spinning once again.
It's that money. It just reignited the motor.
But King Kareem's not going to let him turn around if they can help it. Uh-oh. I'll also say this. I like the color scheme on King Kareem. Very desert, very sand, dune-esque.
Yeah, I was going to say it feels very Dune.
Oh, Burning Money doing a little step out of the way there as King Kareem goes straight in the wall. Burning Money doing anything they can to pivot and point that weapon at King Kareem. It is not easy to do when you have a side to drive down. The left side of Burning Money is no longer working after that puff of smoke.
Yeah, it's like they're moving just enough to not be counted out at this point.
And you can hear that referee there was counting down the pin from King Kareem.
But I am going to need more motion.
Yeah, asking for motion at 11 seconds left in this matchup.
Oh, this is the KO count. Will they be saved by the bell?
4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
Yep.
Oh, it does seem
saved by the bell, going to the judges in that one. But I got to say, one bot was moving, one bot was not.
Sometimes the judges' decisions are easier than others. I have to imagine that King Kareem is going to be taking that one.
They are not happy with their robot's performance. You can hear some kind of contentious discussion going on.
Yeah, it's
next
never
to the
a
cage.
good feeling to have your robot die like that.
All right, so let's check out this replay. Nice shot there, launching themselves across. That weapon never worked right after that because they were missing the belt. And there you see all this smoke billowing out of Burning Money. Still not sure what that was about.
Yeah, you know, the first hit, big hits out of Burning Money, sending King Kareem flying. King Kareem never gave up, kept on them until Burning Money lit on fire. And then after that, it was all King Kareem. But, you know, is the early flurry enough? You know, they were saved by the bell, not a knockout. Their condition score is going to be basically as low as it can go.
Yeah, they're broke.
Do you think there's any way that they could come back with a attack win?
Are you asking if they could refinance?
I don't know if anyone's going to give them a loan after that one.
Sell your stock now,
High
ladies
interest
and gentlemen.
predatory robot part loans now available. 2,500% interest.
First 6 months, interest-free.
Just a small $50 fee.
It does feel that way sometimes. Building robots is expensive. Losing when you build robots is even more expensive. One thing that I want to happen is I want to find out if we've been pronouncing the name of Queen Kareem correctly. So
Well,
hopefully we can get a little side interview cage side? I'd love to find out.
I am hearing, Kyle, that is being attempted right now. Sam is on the way, cage side.
Intrepid cage side journalist Sam Hansen.
And
Sam.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? I'm with Thomas. From?
New York.
And your robot?
Quinn Kareem.
Quinn Kareem. There you go. Confirmed.
Yeah, it's Latin, so it's also a lot. It's got a lot of letters. I understand.
What is it Latin for?
I don't actually know the etymology. It's the name of a ship, a warship. The Quinque means 5 and the Riemann means oars, because they're long and skinny, and they have a piece of metal that they hit things with. And this is long and skinny and has a piece of metal that it hits things with. So I thought it'd be the obvious choice.
Okay, one more time. Will you pronounce it one more time?
I'll do it a little slow. Quinn Kareem.
All right, Quinn Kareem. And you were in the XP bracket, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
How has XP been for you?
Really good. I haven't competed at NHL. That's why I'm at XP. I was able to hang out with like a lot of my friends who were competing in Open, sit around. The robot wasn't ready until last night, and so I could get it ready. I had a lot of time to make sure everything was good. So it's been great so far.
All right, well, thank you so much, Thomas. We can't wait to see you in many events to come, and we're looking forward to more from Quinn Kareem.
Yeah, future stars right there. You gotta love the XP bracket.
Quinn Kareem.
I like that. It's a ship. It's a dominant Hellenistic warship.
Yeah.
It had 5 rows of oarsmen, apparently, in a vertical file. I knew this off the top of my head. I totally didn't hear this from Control.
Well, fun fact, always learn something new at NHRL.
If you're into Punic war vessels, you should watch our show.
Yeah. It's not usually Roman naval history that we're learning, but that was a fun change-up. And a good fight from the XP bracket.
All right, we're going to go to Cage 2, where we've got Zamea taking on Revelation. And to call this fight, we're going to go to our friends Ricky and Dima in the play-by-play booth.
Thank you so much, Kyle. This should be another exciting fight. I believe we've got an XP fight going on. We don't usually get these in the bowl, so that's pretty exciting.
Nice little change of pace.
Yeah, I think, as we were saying earlier, XP is such a valuable part of the NHRL world here. It gives people an easy entry ramp to the most premier fighting league on the planet. And that's such an important thing to be able to get people a spot in the limelight, a path into glory one day when they're not necessarily at an experience level that makes sense for them to be up against the best of the best day one. So
yeah, it's in the name. We're getting XP.
Yeah, no, it's right there. For those who might not know, might be less video game inclined, XP usually standing for experience points. And that's exactly what people are gaining here in the XP League.
Yeah, sorry, folks. We're a little bit of nerds in this community.
If they don't know at this point, Diva,
they ought to know.
Can we really help them? Well, anyhow, we have Revelation going up against Zamea. Zamea, I believe. And yeah, this should be a pretty fun fight. Zamea being a multi-bot with this sort of interesting flipper design. I love it reminds me of a French curve, if you've ever used a French curve, Dina. Going up against a more traditional vertical spinner, I am interested to see how Revelation holds up. They have what I would consider common back in the day, but pretty rare now, a motor that is held up on one end by the motor and on the other end has a cantilevered weapon blade on it. So
yeah, more old school in a way that's not necessarily fallen out of favor for particular meta reasons or something. It's just you don't see this very often anymore.
It's a more delicate setup. It honestly is. Now, it sometimes still works in the 3-pound world, so it might work here. The question is, that's a lot of energy all going through just a few very small bolts.
Yeah.
Is it going to hold together with some of the bigger impacts?
The uprights themselves look a little thin, too. Going to be an interesting fight.
Well, that is the
5,
purpose.
4,
Learning. We will find out what happens right
2,
now.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Oh, pulling a wheelie right out of the bat. Revelation going flying into the arena wall, and it is stuck on its head.
Zamea using its really interesting lifter geometries to sort of bully Revelation right at the start.
Oh.
There's the unstick.
Yeah, Revelation has called for the unstick. We'll see if it's enough. Interesting. They were really close to get... Look at that. Revelation upside down on top of Zamea. End over end. It's righted. Can it drive?
Unstick is over, so they don't have another chance to get free using the house bot, but Zamea using their 8 wheels total to just bully Revelation up against the walls.
It looks like that is going to be it for Revelation. The countdown has begun. We talk about learning things the hard way. I think Revelation might have done that in this match. Durability and an ability to self-right during a match, 2 really critical things to learn. I really love the perspective that this puts things in. We sit here watching the best of the best fight for hours and hours sometimes.
Yeah.
And you lose touch with just not that long ago, either one of these robots would be a reasonably ranked robot.
Oh, yeah.
We have come a long, long way, and this is still part of the journey for these builders to work their way through this level of competitiveness up to the upper echelons that we have here at NHRL.
Yeah, I have not been in the sport nearly as long as you have, but even in my shorter tenure here, I've seen evolution across the board. And you know the phrase, a rising tide lifts all ships. When someone iterates on the robot and makes it stronger, everybody else has to get stronger if they want to beat it. And then the third wave of robots is getting stronger to beat the second wave that got stronger, and so on and so on. Everybody is getting so much tougher year on year, season on season. These opens are terrifyingly stacked fields. And every time I pull open, what do we have here today? Who's fighting today? It just gets more and more stacked every time. I'll see a robot and think, oh, that robot didn't look scary a couple of years ago, and now it's horrifying. Now I don't want to face that robot.
It is an incredible growth that we have seen here. We took a little bit of time talking about the XP. Let's go into that a little more deeply. Sam's going to run us through all the different divisions here we have at NHRL.
Better fights, clearer outcomes, and a stronger experience for both fans and competitors alike. Here's what's new for the 2026 season at the National Havoc Robot League. Next up, how you compete. So for 2026, we have 3 distinct competitive paths. Some people enjoy showing up, immediately getting matched up against elite teams, and going 0-2. But that doesn't necessarily make you a better builder, and it isn't necessarily the best on-ramp into the sport of fighting robots. XP creates a softer landing for newcomers, so they get more fights, more experience, and a clear progression towards open tournaments. The opens stay largely the same, but with a more fair ranking system and a registration that prioritizes experienced competitors. The biggest addition for 2026 is the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is 3 invite-only events. These events feature the absolute best builders in the world, major prizes, and the highest level of competition NHRL has ever seen. If you reach primetime at a qualifying event, you'll earn an invite. You don't have to attend, but we think you'll want to. Pro Tour introduces an NHRL Pro rank, which determines your seeding at the NHRL Pro World Championships. Top 4 at an Open still qualifies you for the World Champs, but your Pro Tour rank determines where you'll start. We want the intensity, the prestige, and energy of Worlds throughout the year, not just at the finale. Fans are showing up, builders are raising their game, and the demand is real. These changes represent the next stage of NHRL's evolution. Stronger rules, clearer competition paths, higher stakes, and bigger stages. We are so excited for this 2026 season, and we can't wait to see what you build.
So excited about our upcoming Pro Tour events this season. The best of the best in the arena together all season long.
Just a short month away in mid-May, we'll be having the first Pro Tour event the best of the best. You're not going to have to wait for the championships at the end of the year to see an invitational tournament with the best robots. You'll be seeing it multiple times this year, and the first one in May should be intense, as we've had 16 robots already qualified at the first 2 events in each weight class. 8 more will qualify tonight.
All right, so here's a couple more that we hope to see at that tournament, and we're going to go to our friends Dima and Ricky in the play-by-play booth to call this action.
I love it, and I have been loving Terminator today.
I have been excited to see Shri fight. I have not seen Shri yet. Shri, the builder, a name in this sport. Everybody in the community knows him. Shri, the robot, is a brand new baby from the human Shri.
Self-titled, if you will.
Not only self-titled, what I have as my personal rundown, I don't know how much telephone is played here.
3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Let's get into it.
I've heard that Shri was designed in 5 hours and built in 1 day.
That is exciting. I see some big hits right off the bat. That is a big plow on the front of Terminator. Can it fend off Shri, which sends skyward? Those are big hits, Dima. It's going end over end.
Yeah, that weapon is down, down. Capital D down.
Terminator, though, slowing down. Its left-hand drive not working. Right hand barely running at all. Something has gone wrong.
Terminator calling for an unstick. They don't want to get KO counter for not being able to show motion. And I'm pretty sure they don't want to lose to the 5-hour CAD robot.
That's not a good look. Now, I see that right-hand drive is actually spinning very well on Terminator. They might be hung up on something in the arena. The left-hand drive, that belt is not moving at all. It has started to move off of its cleated wheels, its track carriers, as we like to call them. So it is struggling. This is about all the movement that we are likely to see from Terminator unless they have a massive stroke of luck.
Kind of the only massive stroke you ever want to have. I am they're seeing a little bit more motion. It definitely looks like they have the capability to get unstuck somewhat. Shri not touching them, certainly not winning any aggression points, but I mean, what are you supposed to do? I would just let him sit there sometimes.
This is tough too. The more Shri attacks, the more likely it is for that belt to potentially be pushed back into line. Terminator's one lucky shot from a fully functional drive.
It looks like Shri has the right idea, though. Like, just get behind him, push him around, shove your unspinning metal weapon into a critical area, even if it's not spinning. Yeah.
This is really tough. I can't tell what is wrong with Shri, but there is drive funkiness going on.
Yeah, something's definitely funky.
And with this sort of shape robot, it's so hard to drive when one side gets wonky. Both of these robots sort of spinning. Terminator spinning basically the only way it can, and Shri trying desperately to get some sort of control over the direction of the robot. Oh, and Terminator almost landing a big hit. Remember, that weapon is still spinning something fierce.
No, yeah, that weapon is not even close to out of commission.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Shri is. Oh, it's so close, Dima. And he gets hit. I am on the edge of my seat.
It's dangerous, but you want to show that you want to show the judges that you are winning.
This is going to go to the judges, so those impressions are going to make a big deal, but oh, it's so close to one last little hit.
The crowd kind of loves Shri.
That was wild. Shri, obviously very mobile, but not a whole lot of intention or direction to its mobility. Terminator deadly throughout the entire match, but pretty much just spinning in its own perimeter, barely evading being counted out. I have a feeling that this will be going to Shri because Terminator, despite having a functional weapon, really not able to either land blows or even show the intention to do so, whereas Shri certainly tried and was occasionally effective at pushing and initiating these exchanges with its opponent.
That's a great breakdown. Here, yeah, here's the crowd love for Shri. Makes for a great chant, honestly. Love a bot that tells a story.
They are pumped. They are into it. Oh, and dog, look at this story. This is my kind of story.
He looks a little bit like a never-ending story.
Oh, he does have a Falcor vibe.
Oh.
Coming from a household that has strong Falcor dog vibes, I can relate.
I love when a lab like sort of points the inside of its eyes up with that like inquisitive look. He goes like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting word from the booth from production that's actually a golden retriever."
Golden labs and golden retrievers sometimes hard to tell apart. So
I don't know my doggy breeds.
I see where everyone is coming from here. All I know is we've got a good boy on screen, and we're gonna go to a different good boy. Sam, what do you got for us?
Well, I've got Shri right here who said give him 1 second, so that's what I'm doing. It looks like he's just confirming that the robot is 100% off. Sometimes it takes a few turns on those on-off keys. All right, Shri. Shri, how did this robot come together?
So my good friend and I, Jack Wang and I, we were going through the RoboJackets shop a couple weeks ago. We're like, oh, we have a lot of parts here. We've been, RoboJackets is over 25 years old. We've worked on a lot of bots. So we decided, hey, what if we put together a bot in 48 hours, I believe, 24 hours to design, 24 hours to manufacture, excluding 3D prints. And what we end up happening was it took 5 hours for us to design everything, and we weren't allowed to touch the CAD after that. And then 16 hours to manufacture, assemble everything. So this is a bot that has gone together, been manufactured, designed everything in 24 hours.
24 hours is wild for any size robot, but especially a bot this big. Did that match go how you were hoping?
Well, I wish my weapon didn't go down, but I had a great time crab walking. I did a lot of that, but I think I showed a lot of controlled movement. We'll see.
I think you also showed a lot of heart. So, yeah. All right, well, here's hoping that the JD goes your way. And we'll just have to find out when that comes through. So thank you, Shri.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Sam. We talk a lot about all the incredibly accomplished builders, the top-tier, polished, and battle-worn robots that we have here at NHRL, and my heart just continuously keeps this space alive for these kind of builds. The rapid fever dream builds that come out with a purpose to do something interesting, do it fast, and see what happens. Obviously, that fight had some problems. That's a robot that has a long growth history yet to be written. But the fact that it came out, had a good fight, got a win under its belt for something built that rapidly, that is amazing to me. It's a story I love to see, and it really reflects the talent of the builders that we have here at NHRL. So I've got a big smile on my face here in the secret underground bunker.
Me too. These robots are not only fun to watch, they're always fun to drive at these sort of really fast builds that you throw together because your expectations are never terribly high. You didn't work on this thing for a year and take it to 5 events and you have so much data, and then when you go 0-2, you feel like, darn, I really expected more from this robot. But if you put it together in 48 hours, it's more like, man, anything's better.
Let's take just a break for a minute. Cage 4, we're loading up something fun. Oh boy, talk about fun. We have a Rumble. It's going to be chunky. Probably the heaviest hitting robot currently in rotation, pardon the pun, going up against an absolute cornucopia of smaller robots.
Yeah, I think you guys should focus in on this because things are going to get sent. Even though the roof is bigger than it is for the 3-pound cage, these beetles are going to the roof. I'm pretty confident.
They're certainly going into the walls. It's going to be utter destruction and pandemonium.
Interesting who we see in the arena with us. I see Penguin. I see... That's not a Lytra, is it? We putting one more in there? Oh, no, these are eggs? Easter eggs.
Oh, happy Easter, everyone. And or Passover, I suppose. But we've got Easter for now in cage 4, loading in. Why do I have the suspicion that there's a certain amount of surprise?
Aww.
Particular Easter.
These eggs are so cute. I know the crew had some fun painting these. I see a little Pikachu back there. In the back right.
Oh, you're right. The tail and everything.
I like the cow egg. The rainbow egg is cute because that's exactly how you would paint. That's exactly how I would, the classic egg painting when you like dip them into the liquid, yeah? And then you
Yeah. Oh, we have a Mandela effect on that Pikachu egg. Did you notice?
No.
So, just a Pokemon nerd out for a half a moment. People think there is a black tip at the end of Pikachu's tail.
Mandela.
They don't. There isn't. But that egg right there, that has a black tip at the end of that Pikachu tail.
They were painting without reference, but let's get into it.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away we go. I love the Cyber Circuit egg, too.
Me too. It looks really cool. Chonky giving the Beatles a moment to run around, sort of hide and seek, find your hiding places before I'm going to seek you out.
Well, the eggs are popping. Confetti is going every which way. Oh, and then the robots are getting hit. These Beatles don't stand a chance.
Nah, this is a primary objective. Get some confetti out of the Easter egg. Get some candy, some paper candy. Objective number 2, survive.
That is a terrifying noise that John makes. So much power in that shell. Ooh.
It's really just tossing these beetles around, sometimes with barely a sound, like they're just nothing. Crumple's Stiltskin, a terrifying robot to go up against.
Look! Penguin was impaled on one of the spears on the edge of Chonky.
It got giant swung around.
I hope someone brought a shop back.
Chonky, no.
Chonky, yes.
Oh, now the housebot's getting in with its air blast. Its air blast attack. It's Pyro M2.
Truly, these 3-pounders are being cast aside like they are nothing.
Yeah, it's Chonky really. It's just so funny to watch, tossing them around like they're just totally weightless. They have like no physics. It's like watching one of those physics simulations TikToks where things just get thrown.
Yeah, all over the board. The beautiful paint jobs are being torn to shreds. Oh, and then the housebot getting in on it. He's angry now.
Chonky, I don't know if you're allowed to do this, but what I want to see is I want to see you full force hit the housebot as if it were your target.
As someone who occasionally has to repair the housebot, I don't know.
I'm just curious, You're
just here asking questions.
You're
just asking questions.
I just want to know. I just want to know what happens. Looks like we have a couple surviving eggs and a couple surviving beetles.
Such ridiculous physics. And I mean, Chonky, I think, is probably going at like quarter force right now.
Yeah, I know. I've known you to be louder than this, Chonk. Speak softly and carry a big shell.
Chonky is up to its... Oh, that! I could feel that!
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Thank you. That wasn't full force, but thank you.
Flo just said that's a...
This is very reminiscent of how Easter egg hunts look like at my house. Oh, I could tell family stories here from the booth about...
Sounds like you're doing Easter right.
Yeah, we do Easter right. It's funny, I could talk about this in the booth because y'all already know my brother. Julian is so mean in Easter egg hunts. We had our own eggs that we had to find, like color-coded eggs, and he would find yours and then hide them in harder-to-find spots.
Oh, boy.
He was a menace in the Easter egg hunts. He was the Chonky of my Easter egg hunts.
Man, I want to see one of these Easter eggs just get smooshed by the housebot. Just complete pancake effect.
See the lights turn blue, call for an unstick, and just pancake that Pikachu up on the kick plates.
Exactly. Cage 1 has a fight loaded up. For this one, we're going to go to Kyle and Adam.
How did that robot end up rusty at the end of that fight?
Yeah, that was quick. Rapid corrosion on that one.
But this is a good one. More of a fair fight here, Kyle. 2 big bots, not just one. A little bit less confetti, but I think these bots do have some nice juicy innards that they will be trying to spill out of each other.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
HSS out of its corner fast. Pepperoni just sitting there. Forks torn off immediately. Pepperoni can barely move.
Wow, yeah, that spicy sausage is getting ripped apart over there in the corner.
HSS riding up the one remaining fork on Pepperoni. Oh, Pepperoni exposes their backside, and now they're stuck on the wall.
The unstick has been called for, but they just let him sit there for the unstick. Not coming in for a secondary hit.
Fluffy misses.
Yeah, what's going on, Fluff?
Taking their time here with the unstick. I imagine Pepperoni getting a little worried, but there they go. No more unstick left. One more wall shot, and that could be it, but no, HSS hits them off the wall. Oh, sends them flying again. HSS just having their way with Pepperoni here. It's gluttonous, Kyle.
Wow, yeah, Pepperoni looking really worse for the wear. Looks like one of the drums is broken, and yeah, that's a tap out.
Pepperoni couldn't do anything in that fight. HSS is looking really dangerous. That was a dominant performance. There was a little bit of a moment where they were riding up Pepperoni's single remaining fork. But other than that, it was just non-stop destruction.
Very cool robot. Look at how low that drum is to the ground on HSS. That really gave them a massive advantage in these weapon-to-weapon hits.
Right off the bat, they tear off the fork on the left side of Pepperoni, get them stuck quickly, and once they were off, it was non-stop aggression. Tear off the remaining fork, break that one disc in half. You can see it's shattered there, Kyle.
This is a little middle of the day shot of their audience and where we're at in the tournament. Prime time coming your way this evening at 7 o'clock.
This arena will be full at prime time.
And check out our gift shop as well as some of our interactive areas where you can drive bots, buy your own kit bot. Then you take it back here. We've got hot dogs. We've got coffee.
The Hall of Champions will be the 2026 banner that's raised at the end of this year.
A full-service bar with Space Cat Brewery, bringing the brews, the deliciousness.
Oh!
That was impressive.
I'm impressed. That fan was impressed.
This is our VIP area. If you buy a VIP ticket, you get access to this exclusive lounge where you're right up close to some of our off-cage fights, and you get all these great snacks, food delivery options, and you get to watch the entrance.
Was the bartender for that?
I mean, that was pretty impressive.
There's an off-board shot of the drone. Smaller than you may expect. There's us.
And the drone went home. You can hear it zooming on past us.
Impressive skill from the drone pilot there.
Cage 1 is looking absolutely devastated at this point in the day.
A lot of bouncing in that last fight, a lot of debris. You can see the bits and pieces of they were holding on those forks before.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a whole lot.
We have a special bucket next to the arena here at NHRL. So when you get back to your pit table and you realize that a vital component of your robot is no longer there, you can come down and take a look inside the bucket of jagged, sharp trash and try to find it.
All right, so we're going to pick up our storylines with a new faction here in combat robotics, the Black Cat Club. Some of the best in the sport joining together to make a super team, a collaborative effort, if you will. I'm obviously a supporter. Check out my shirt. But it's some of the best names that you've ever heard of, right? Keziah Sky. We've got Jake from Maximizer. We've got Glenn has joined with Caldera. Very cool team of people.
I've heard them describe it as sort of a record label with each builder and their robot being, a different album.
Yeah,
artists.
A lot of the other teams think of themselves as incubators for new talent, where they help train up people and bring them up. That's not the purpose of this team. This is a bunch of extremely talented, experienced people joining forces, collaborating, and sharing resources, which I think is really nice.
You get signed to Black Cat Club when you're already good.
Yeah, you got to already have a couple of fans in the bank before you can join the Black Cat Club. So we're really excited about them. The other thing that's happening at this event, college teams. This may as well be a collegiate tournament. We've got so many college teams that have shown up here today, including, for the first time in an official capacity, Rutgers College sporting a team here today. Brought several robots out. Really proud of them. It's always cool to see a new collegiate club come out to NHRL, try their hands, see what they can do. But we also have, of course, MIT with Ares and several other big 30-pound offerings. We've got WPI with like a dozen robots at this event today. Really cool stuff. And, of course, the classic UCCR.
And speaking of college teams, we're going to go down to Cage 1, where we've got two college teams going against each other right now.
All right, and to call this collegiate action, we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth. Dima, Ricky, take it away.
Thank you, Kyle. We have Mochi versus Salamander, spelled Sal-im-ander, not Sal-am-ander. And I'm looking at the pronunciation, actually, it's Salimander. Salimander. I see. So Salimander from YSU Combat Robotics versus Mochi, the MIT team out of Boston. So we have Tom Wynn versus Nicholas Van Such. This is Salimander's first event. Mochi, this is their third event. Really interested to see these two bots strut their stuff, trying to make a name for themselves.
We'll see how much that experience difference ends up coming into play in this fight.
3 events is 3 times as many events as 1 event.
It's also 3 events is, to me, where most competitors really start to hit their stride.
Oh, yeah.
That first event, you're all nerves. The second event, you're just focused on fixing whatever you did wrong the first event. The third event, you start, 3 points make a pattern. You start to get into your stride for a lot of builders. Obviously, everyone's different.
But you got something to prove by the third one, no matter who you are.
Exactly. So we will see if they're able to turn that into something or if they're still on their upward learning curve. The exponential period of growth, perhaps. We'll see if they're still in that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Salamander off to a quick start, but looking a little shaky.
Mochi's geometry looks kind of terrifying for this particular fight. Those forks look very well tuned to get under Salimander's.
Dima, that was such a strange noise that we heard, this sort of rattling, shaking, and now Mochi is sitting motionless up against the rail. Something went very wrong very quickly.
This looks like we are beyond the stuck.
This is so strange. Look at their wheel design. It is just a gear. The wheel is just gear with cleats. Salamander putting in a quick pop on the side of Mochi. I don't know that it's necessary because I am seeing zip out of that one.
Yeah, and not zip in the way meaning fast. This looks like a KO. MIT team putting their hands on their heads. Sorry, Tom. Salymander staying focused, staying locked in until the winner is declared.
Salamander taking a win. I think they're probably counting their blessings.
YSU, Youngstown State University versus MIT. MIT's got a little bit more brand recognition in terms of, nerddom as a whole, but especially combat robotics.
Yeah, there is a big history in the MIT world at combat robotics.
I also don't have Zoom. You gotta tell the other guys.
Let's hear if we can get any insight. Cage side.
Nice dance, nice dance.
My insight right now is they are jazzed.
That was a good dance.
Yeah, it's in Ohio.
Make that a Fortnite emote, please.
Youngstown, Pennsylvania. Ohio. Good luck.
Boy, that is an upset, I would say, in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah. The seeding will tell that story. Salymander, it looks like it was unseeded, but Mochi was seeded 5th in 30 pound today.
Wow. Yeah, talk about an upset. Unseeded, taken out of 5th. Oh, I'm hearing, looking at the schedule, they certainly have gone from the frying pan to the fire. Sure, they might have beaten Mochi, but up next they have Ares.
They handled the MIT sort of lieutenant. They handled the Ares demigod.
The mini-boss, if you will.
Yeah, but now Ares himself lies in wait for you. But I think all you got to do is lock in and do your thing and be confident, because what else can you do?
You've got no other options. I will say that they came out of this fight very fortunate.
Yes, but I hope it gives them some confidence for the next one. But we're going to Cage 2. I see Turbo Fiend versus Pretty in Pink. We've seen both of these robots fight today, but you haven't seen Turbo Fiend fight in such green, have you?
No, that is excessively green. It's so green it might be yellow.
It looks cool like this, though. We love weird color schemes. I think clashing colors is a myth. Every color works together. Brown and blue, my favorite color scheme.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Here we go.
Fight.
Nice rush by both of these robots so far. Pretty in Pink, sort of a modular SSP at this point, but a modified SSP for sure.
Turbo Fiend sending Pretty in Pink for a ride across the arena and chewing into the underplate. Pretty in Pink up against the rails and getting just chewed to bits.
Edie has a perfect view of the carnage, but trying to get movement happening.
Those are some big bits missing from the underside of Pretty in Pink, and I am not seeing movement.
Julian is ruthless. Not seeing movement cut look at that cut on the underside of the chassis.
Is a massive gouge.
Tap out.
Verts don't normally cut like that, do they?
You don't normally get an opportunity. It's really that wall push that was able to facilitate that kind of depth and that sort of material removal. Very impressive.
I don't want to interrupt you, Julian. I don't want to interrupt you, Ricky. Telling Julian to shut up real quick. Being too evil. No, he's doing a good job. I told him he wasn't being evil enough.
Well,
peanut gallery back there.
Quick way to being more evil. Beating up on people when they're already down. Specifically beating up on old ladies? Is that really?
That's not really something my family does a lot. It's not really what we do.
Would you say that that's maybe just Julian in particular?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's good to know that that sort of evil is concentrated in a single entity that can be brought down, perhaps defeated.
Man, oh man. I will say Julian also has a lot of experience against SSPs. And
I thought you were going to say a bunch of experience against old ladies.
Nah, I wonder which.
He's been training.
He has been training. Mako, Julian's original robot, started as a SSP kit. So we've come full circle. Now he's now doing his best to gatekeep the modified SSPs out of bracket. That was you once, bro. That was you. You're the bad guy. You're evil.
The equivalent of one of those folks that paid for a college tuition says, well, if I had to do it.
Julian is pulling the ladder out from behind.
Exactly. It builds character, Dima. That's what I'm hearing.
It was a good fight, though. I think it's a showcase of exactly what Turbo Fiend wants to do. Win that first weapon to weapon, use its shock absorption to do well in the chaos, get some great pop-up hits from you on you later on, and if it gets under you with its horns, with its demon horns, chew your underbelly, find something critical, find a wire, snip it, KO you that way.
It's interesting, too, because in that fight, we could see that Pretty in pink had some beans behind it, right? There was some oomph and some potential there. It wasn't so much that the design didn't work out, it's that Turbo Fiend was right there doing the damage in the way that needed to be done to secure a win.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't lose because you did anything wrong. I'll explain that. It's just what the other person did right, but Sam is cage side with Julian to get some more info that, I probably could have told you, but whatever. Sam, what do you have for me?
Yes, thank you, Dima. I'm here with Julian's totally unique fights that you would never have. Julian, do you enjoy fights like that?
Oh, that's like the textbook Turbo Fiend fight. We have a unique attack style where we grind them up, cut them up, similar to Mako, but I'm going for the bottom.
And as evil Julian, was that the ideal opponent?
Absolutely. The good part about this sport is that it's for everyone. The better part about this sport is that everyone can get it. Old ladies, little kids, little babies, they're all gonna die.
Right. Well, we will see what old ladies and little babies Julian comes across next.
They're robots. They're robots.
Thank you so much, Julian. Back to y'all.
He didn't used to act like that. Something happened.
I just assumed he was born that way.
No. Well, it's different. As the little sister, I got punched in the stomach plenty growing up, but we all trained martial arts, and it was funny because we never got into like real fights like that because our power levels were already known. So it was mostly just sucker punches.
I see. I've found out recently that it's not normal for siblings to send each other to the hospital very often.
On your right.
That's what I was told. I didn't understand, but apparently it takes all kinds. There's people out there with a different lived experience.
Everybody has different lived experiences.
This is going to be fun. I'm excited. We've got Jackalope and Rainex. Jackalope, just a delightful robot from a delightful builder, and Rainex famously embedded itself about a foot off the air in our arena wall earlier today.
Yeah, Rainex sort of had its superstar moment a little bit. Camera hanging on you for plenty of time for your glamour shot. So you may be a little bit on fire today in the good way, but Jackalope may make you on fire in the bad way, because I'm pretty sure she gets an Easter power-up. At least in between Good Friday and Easter, there's got to be some powerful weekend energy going to the rabbit robots.
Look at this. Speaking of calm,
relax, guys.
Calm down. And Gwen with the ears.
Gwen, a very experienced driver, a very experienced ref, although she is more of a competitor than a staff member now.
I heard that the call of the cage was just too much.
I fought her a few times. Very scary and very difficult robot to prepare against. It is a vert with a lifter, so you can't just worry about one thing. That's two modes that she can KO you with, and they help each other.
Yeah, they work together very well. They are both a bit on the light side, but when combined, are better than some of their parts.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, that is a scary blade on Rainex. Let's see if it gets set into the arena wall again.
Jackalope has such amazing... the little spin away.
Oh, look at this. It's up on one edge. Pushed up against the arena wall and then upside down. Oh my, Dima. Has it done the thing? Rainex is stuck. They're forced to call for the unstick, and Jackalope is trying its best to get in the way.
Maybe should have taken the free hit.
We saw Rainex end up maybe a half inch into our arena wall earlier today. Can Jackalope put them there again?
It does seem like Gwen, the driver of Jackalope, is making Rainex fight the arena more than he's fighting Jackalope, which might be the answer. I don't know, results-oriented thinking might tell you that Rainex is weak to walls. Maybe they're weak to floors, too.
Walls, my only weakness.
That's the wall.
Oh, interesting little gyro dance there from Jackalope as they try to get stable. Taking a big hit and losing a belt from a hit from Rainex, but Rainex ends up in the wall and loses. Oh, look, the wheel is impaled upon the back end of the weapon. Not even the entire wheel, just the belt from the wheel. This is what? No, look.
That's the whole wheel.
The whole wheel.
And Gwen's trying to get it back.
This couldn't be a more effective weapon lock as Jackalope aggressively taps its way.
Rainex maybe bit off more than it can chew. I don't think it can chew that wheel enough to get it free.
Rainex upside down. They have used their unstick. Unless there's some sort of miracle, they will be counted out up against the wall, and this match will go to Jackalope. What a wild way to lose a match. I have never seen a wheel get skewered like a marshmallow at a weekend bonfire quite like that.
No, we've seen wheels come off. They rarely come off in the weapon blade and stay there. Oh.
It's skewered, Demon.
Rainex, you were stuck in the wall earlier.
It's impaled.
Now you get a wheel stuck on you and you're doing the thing.
Like some sort of Romanian lord. It's come along and put that wheel on a pike.
Jezelyn Evans out of Porter Robotics, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Let's go to the replay. This is just a ridiculous outcome. First it's a hat, then it's upside down. It's frozen. And it needs the unstick. It gets the unstick, and that is it. Look at it. It's
flying right at the camera like a 90s movie.
Jackalope became a lens flare for a hot minute there. Absolutely ridiculous outcome. We're going to get this arena cleaned up. And while we're waiting for the arena to clean up, we're going to go to Sam, who's got Gwen.
Yeah, thank you, Ricky. I'm here with Gwen McGuire and Jackalope after that big win in that cage. And Gwen, I used to think Jackalope was real beatable, but today you've been on a tear. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long couple months of troubleshooting from halfway through February up until March. I was up here changing bit by bit every day except Valentine's Day and just trying to figure out what was going on. And I think I've finally got this robot back to a point where I'm feeling unbeatable.
I think you might be. That was a great fight. It was enjoyable to watch. I watched another one of yours in Cage 5, so I can't wait to see you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Back to y'all.
Thank you, Sam. Love that t-shirt. Oh, this is going to be fun. We've got some melty brain action getting loaded up.
Let me hear that screech one more time, baby.
It sounds horrifying, does it not?
It used to be worse.
It's true.
You used to be able to...
As I just alluded to, we have Project Liftoff sitting in Cage 2, being activated. This is one of the most technically advanced robots here at NHRL. It uses a sophisticated sensor array to detect its position in 3D space, its orientation with relation to the Earth, and then use micro adjustments to its motors to change its path in the arena while spinning at hundreds of RPM.
That's part of what gives it such stamina. It's not just that it survives all these impacts. It's that with all of those, I could barely even repeat the explanation, but the fact that it's able to calculate its own position, if it's off kilter, if it's not perfectly flush with the wall, it'll make that adjustment and it'll drive perfectly fine anyway.
And to be very clear, it'll make that adjustment many times faster each second than a human reaction ever could. It is using to its advantage complex microprocessor work to do this in the middle of a firefight. That's what's really cool, is not that it is doing impressive work that requires a lot of intelligent control, but it's doing it while trying to be actively killed by an
5,
opponent.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Going up against Zenith with this big blade. Oh, look at it get hit. Those are massive impacts. Zenith slowing down a little bit, trying to spin back up and then getting sent into the wall by Project Liftoff.
It's really interesting to see another horizontal go up against Project Liftoff. It's very rare to have the stamina to tussle with it for the full 3 minutes. Project Liftoff just has Rocky level stamina where
These
it doesn't go
major,
down.
major hits. We have lost some camera armor in that arena corner. Project
happens.
Liftoff has come to a stop.
Did I speak too soon? Commentators curse?
Quite possibly. It is struggling. It looks like the left-hand drive side is struggling a little more than the right. Both of those motors need to be able to spin up very well to get the robot spinning at full speed.
Jim Kazmer got a smile on his face, even in the face of death. Liam King, who we know typically from the 12-pound bracket, driving Zenith. I'm sure he's got a smile on his face, too. Kazmer calls for the unstick, even though, you know, what else are you going to do? I wonder, Project Liftoff gets KO'd so rarely, I wonder what happened. What's loose in there?
Something went quite wrong, and it's bilateral, so both motors are down. One seems to be maybe a little more down than the other.
Tap out.
You've got lights on, so you clearly still have power. It's not a complete loss of power.
Yeah, the lights usually tell the story for Project Liftoff. They tell its current state, so to speak.
I do wonder.
It's a really cool shirt.
Twice in the whole life of 7 years. There's some dead code. I'm in like a dead loop. Just get it on, give it a little back
Interesting. Get a little bit of insight from next to the cage. Sounds like it went open loop. Some level of control just failed. So it could be that the hardware is just fine, and that complex programming that we were talking about, the microcontroller in there that does all the hard brainy work, that may have been what collapsed this time. Take a look at the phone shield that has been sheared from the arena wall. And looks like our power cable and data cable got ripped out of the iPhone as well.
Yeah, if you saw the stream freeze for a second, that was not technically an error. That was a direct result of carnage. Phone armor came off, phone unplugged. But like we mentioned earlier in the KO show, they're pretty easy to replace. And it might seem silly for the viewers at home to think like, oh, you have iPhone cameras, but they're really, really cost effective, and they have such amazing video quality and megapixels. But Sam is cage side.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of cost effective, let's go to Sam.
Thank you, guys. I am here cage side with Jim Kazmer. Tough loss, Jim. Not something we'd expect from Project Liftoff. What do you think happened there?
I think there's a software defect. I've seen that happen twice, where I get a big hit, and something happens to the controller, and it kind of resets itself in a state I can't. The safety doesn't work. It kind of goes into a dead. I think there's like a dead loop. I don't know. I've only seen it twice happen.
And Jim, last tournament you had talked about a big code update that you had for Project Liftoff that you had to revert the night before. Are you on new code for this tournament?
No, I'm still running the code I had from November, and at World Championships and in March. The big change that I tried to make for this event is we went back to urethane wheels. So now we have traction. We spun up great. And undercutters are kind of tough. And back in May, I faced 2 in a row, and it caused me to actually redesign the hub motor. So I actually, if you look at this, the outer titanium wheel is like 3 times thicker than it used to be. And that's just for the undercutters. So this came close to managing all that damage if I can just fix that other issue.
Well, I hope you can. I like the flip and cut config for this fight, too. It seemed like it was working great.
It was working great.
Until it wasn't. But Jim, thank you so much. Looking forward to more from Project Liftoff in the future.
I'll see you in May.
All right, to Adam and Kyle. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you very much, Sam. We do have some breaking and rather unfortunate news to share with you guys. It seems as though the invisible hand has forfeited to Maximizer.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising to me because it looked, I mean, Invisible Hand has been looking pretty good all day.
Yeah.
Unfortunate news from the pits. We talk about this a lot. You know, most of your day here as a competitor is up in the pits, and a lot of stuff happens that we just can't show. This time it looks like it went the wrong way for Invisible Hand.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. We were looking forward to that fight. Maximizer will advance on, that being the case. I will say that Jake has said he was out for another dumpster today. This does bring him one step closer to that goal.
It gets him closer to a dumpster, but a little bit less, practice.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to go to cage 1 for some more big bot action. This is Infrared, and they're going up against Battle Tots.
Battle Tots is always one of my favorite, Kyle. Has a collection of little mini bots that they choose from. The frog has the feet on it this time. Those will help it as it gyros around. Ooh, it seems we have an issue with Battle Tots. I think maybe one half of the Tots is not working.
And you got to have all your Tots in a row. Sounds like it might be a transmitter issue. That's some speculation.
Is that a Tot Force that wasn't moving, or I can't remember what that one's called. Looks like they're going to go ahead with whatever the issue was. Both teams agreed to continue. So I do wonder if it's a half-dead situation here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both are working. Infrared's got their work cut out for them. Taking on one at a time, but the frog able to get under there. Oh, this is what you don't want if you're Battle Tots, is both are upside down now. But if Infrared can concentrate on one at a time, they're going to have a huge advantage.
Ooh, belt missing there.
Each half of Battle Tots is significantly lighter than Infrared. Going into the ceiling there.
Chopping toes off of the frog in each one of these impacts. You can see they're just green plastic shredded everywhere.
Yeah, this is not what Battle Tots wanted. They need to work as a team. One from the front, the other one to come in from the side of the back. Now half of it is dead. The other half is on its way.
That's a belt.
That's multiple belts. That's a wheel, Kyle. Oh, into the ceiling again.
That's 2 wheels and a belt. Neither bot's really moving. There's a little bit of movement coming from the frog.
In skiing, they call this a yard sale.
Yeah, they look rough.
Wheels still spinning. They're requesting the unstick. Maybe they can get put back onto their wheels and the remaining feet. But it's not looking good here. About half the fight remaining. Battle Tots needs a lot of luck.
Yeah, this unstick is pretty unsuccessful at this point. Fluffy doing their best, but there's just no motion except for from the weapons.
Here's the count out as both halves of Battle Tots are not moving.
And
knockout.
And it looks like Infrared is your winner. Both halves of Battle Tots are out. That was a rough one. Those Leatherbacks doing a great job. Rough outing for Team Pandemonium. That is the danger of the multi-bot configuration. You've got 2 bots that are going to have a harder time going head-to-head. So that does mean that Infrared will now be going on to face Maximizer in the next round. In prime time. Jake's a bit of a, I guess you could say, a mentor to a lot of these other teams. And I know this student team from Infrared has got to be a little bit nervous going on to face Jake in the next round. Maximizer is a scary, scary robot. Look at the debris all over that arena. So much frog. All right, we're going to go cage side with Sam Hansen.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm here with Mitchell from Infrared, and this is your first tournament, is that correct?
First tournament with a 12 that I actually drove and built and everything. I did a few with the leatherbacks years ago, but nothing that good.
Well, Infrared is serious. This is, your fights have been great today, but up next you've got Maximizer. Are you ready for that one?
We'll see. I'm not sure how this will do against horizontal, where the blade doesn't die, unfortunately, pretty quickly. I do have the power of Alex Wang on my side, but we'll see.
All right, we will see in that match coming up in the future. And until then, good luck charging your bot. See you, Kyle.
Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate that interview. What a great team of Marylanders. There's just so much debris coming out of this arena. It has taken our very efficient stage crew, or cage crew, a ton of time to get all those pieces of frog out of the arena. If you're just joining us, this is our KO show. Every single fight is a knockout fight. We're going to go to Adam at the big screen to break down that last fight.
Yeah, we're going to get some good shots here of the hits. Now, one of the big things happening is Infrared is a singular robot and BattleTots is a multi-bot. BattleTots overall weighs more than Infrared, but Infrared weighs more than each individual BattleTot, and you can see the weight difference. As the BattleTots come in, they can't really toss Infrared into the air. But when Infrared gets any hit on the BattleTots go flying. And you can see the difference in mass from the singular robot against the smaller halves of BattleTots. What BattleTots has to do here is get the hits on the vulnerable parts of Infrared. They weren't able to do that, and Infrared took advantage, sending the BattleTots flying time after time and remaining planted. When you watch 30-pound hits with two 30-pound robots or two 12-pound robots, you know, they tend to equally go flying, but right here, the mass of Infrared is just keeping them planted and sending the lighter weight BattleTot halves all over the place. They'll be facing Maximizer after this, and of course, Infrared is not going to have that weight bonus going up against Maximizer. So we'll see what they're able to do when they go up against a robot their own size. But they had a really great job going up against some smaller robots there, and BattleTot's unable to get that teamwork. Looks like we've got another multi-bot fight loading up in the cage right now as well.
So we are now in cage 1 for some more big bot, multi-bot action. And to call every single moment of this fight, we are going to go to the play-by-play booth with our friends Ricky and Dima.
Well, Kyle, I certainly wouldn't want to miss a moment of this one. You could see some funny hats just a moment ago, and that means two things, Minan and Plusle, and they'll be fighting Torrent right now.
Fight, robots, fight.
Minan and Plusle zooming out of their corner, approaching Torrent. Torrent is a very fast, I like to call them point-and-shoot robots. Going up against a multi-bot is especially hard.
Something about this, like body language, even though they don't have real bodies, Minan and Plusle look like they're aggressively swarming around Torrent. Some friendly fire.
It was a good punch from Torrent on Minan. Another glancing blow, sending them upside down, and a big plow and a roof shot on Plusle.
Pieces are coming off, and Minan was just trying to get off of its side. Gyro.
Ooh, look at that, a tail stand, and Minan goes flying. These are huge hits being doled out by Torrent. These are doing big damage.
Torrent, you can see with like the classic long style vert, it's gyro and spinning on the side, trying to realign for a hit like that.
We see this with Torrent. They're able to punch robots into the arena walls. You just saw that a moment ago with Plusle. They're going to try again with Minan any second now.
Minan and Plusle are getting some impacts here and there, but not on the level of what Torrent is achieving.
Well, we're not seeing a coordinated attack from Minan and Plusle right now.
That's true.
They're very split in the arena. One becomes disoriented, and then the other attacks, and then they switch places.
Yeah, and they're reoriented properly at the same time now, but it's very difficult to set something up against Torrent, who's fast, and as soon as you get close to him, it just punches you away.
Now look, the weapon has slowed to a crawl on Torrent. It is still working. I don't know if that's intentional or damage-based. Half of Minan and Plusle still has a working weapon. The other half does seem to be either down or very slow. It could be Torrent is playing this safe, kind of pulling punches a little bit. But Plusle is still very dangerous. I don't know this would be the right time to play it safe.
Yeah, I don't. Kevin, the driver of Torrent, I don't think is the type to really pull punches in the last minute of a fight. I think this is a stamina and damage issue.
Very well. Oh, and Torrent slowing to a crawl. They've stopped moving. Their weapon has stopped. They are back. Still being that level of immobile in the last 30 seconds of a fight is not a good look.
They're mobile now, but it looks more like they're running away.
What a wild twist of fate. Torrent was very dominant the first half of this match. Coming down on the last 10 seconds, Torrent calling for an unstick. They get it. They are freed. But they are not ending that fight in the state they wanted to.
Interesting strategy. It looked like Kevin pressed the unstick button to try to maybe relieve some of that pressure in the last 10 seconds. Maybe get the house bot in the mix to block Minan and Plusle from bashing you.
The judging criteria here at NHRL do penalize you if you finish a match immobilized and you are saved by the bell. So it's very important that he was able to do that before the match ended. Now, if we look at the damage in that fight, we may be able to go to a replay here, but both teams did some serious damage. You had pieces of Minan and Plusle that were removed, but you also had severe degradation of the functionality of Torrent. Good argument for damage on both sides. However, the only robot segment we saw that really went down entirely was the weapon on Plusle. Let's see if we can see it in the replay here. So far, everything's still working. This huge roof shot on Plusle.
This is sort of the key moment where, yeah.
Exactly. That moment, we lost. Yeah, we had some serious damage on Minan. And the weapon ends up going down just a moment after. So you can see it's completely stationary here. That does not recover. Now, Torrent suffered on and off. They certainly had problems that they endured. But no one subsystem ever went down. All the wheels were still functioning. The weapon was still functioning.
But slowly.
But slowly. But the way the judges' criteria works, having something go down entirely can still make a big difference. Then again, you've got two halves of Minan and Plusle. So even if one goes down entirely, they may end up looking at that as partial damage of weapon systems. So it's kind of, there's a lot to assess here. I'll put it that way.
There's many an angle to consider. One of those fights where, once again, I'm happy I'm in the bunker and not in the judge's desk.
Well, still,
I like my job.
Let's go to Kyle and Adam. Kyle, Adam, take it away.
Thank you so much. We do have some information regarding the 30-pound bracket, which is looking pretty vicious, has all day. So we are set for prime time.
Yeah, so this is all 8 robots that you're going to be seeing later tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, just 2 hours from now, in the single elimination 3-round tournament to figure out who's going to take home the golden dumpster. So first off, out of the gate, Ares versus HSS. That's got to have the most kinetic energy in the building in that fight.
Absolutely. We've got Alan taking on Terminator. Alan's just the plucky little robot that good. Terminator, what a vicious drum on that little robot. So mean. And then the bot everybody's watching down in that next bracket. Hot Honey, which is half of a world champion?
Yeah, Hot Honey is insane. Combination of Kazalite's flames with Honey Crack's kinetic energy ability. That multi-bot is something to watch. And then rounding it out, we've got Synthesis 30 with the biggest disc in the house tonight going up against Operation Mincemeat.
There are some great teams on here. Really good college teams performing on here, right? We've got Gator Robotics with Terminator. We've got MIT with Ares. Just so much action coming out in our now set for prime time 30-pound bracket. All right, so we're going to go to Cage 1 for a fight I think a lot of us have been looking forward to. And to call every moment of this action, we're going to go to Ricky and Dima in the bunker.
Oh, boy. All right, I'm going to get this out real quick. This is going to be an energetic fight, and as someone who puts work into maintaining these cages, I am on the edge of my seat. We've got Supernova going up against Ragebait. Ragebait is a vicious full-body spinner, and Supernova is an absolutely terrifying vert. Somebody, in fact, multiple somebodies are probably going to be headed into our arena walls in this fight.
Yeah, I am next to Ricky, and his energy, the energy change is palpable now that he is not worried, but edge of his seat potentially in case something happens with that cage and with that very scary full body spinner.
Listen, let me make it very clear. I'm not worried about actual problems. I'm just worried about having to do work.
Yeah,
I'm in a cushy, air-conditioned office. I don't want to have to fix cages. I want to watch robots fight.
Fight, robots
Take
fight.
it away. Slow spin up on Ragebait, but they are going.
Ezekiel, the driver of Supernova, don't get Ragebaited.
There it is, right into the arena wall, and the self-righting mechanism has been torn off the top of Ragebait, which is a terrible thing for them now that they are upside down. Will they be able to self-right and turn themselves back up?
the sort of dance that it's doing as it spins, and you see the shufflers moving.
Hit after hit, they are back up. They are back up and running, but Supernova is having none of it. Another hit followed by another hit, and here it comes, another hit!
It looks like it's shuffling, but not spinning.
Look at the damage. That shell isn't round anymore. It's not a circle, Dima. It's a sad shape. It's a mad shape. This is an utterly defeated shape, and Supernova is jazzed out of their minds.
How could you not be? You successfully avoided getting Ragebaited in the 12-pound bracket.
It's a beautiful thing, Dima. Look at those little shuffler pods going. It doesn't make a difference. They're counted out. They're tapped out.
Matthew Collins from UCCR is very excited to rep his team, rep his school, but very few people get more excited about repping their school than WPI. So another victory under the WPI belt. Congratulations to Ezekiel and drive coach Jaron.
Supernova taking an excellent win there. Let's go in the replay. Now this is interesting. Perhaps a sign of revisions that need to be made to Ragebait. First, you have a complete decapitation. You have the self-righting mechanism removed immediately, and look, you can see the damage starting to pile up on the shell of Ragebait. That is a structure that needs to take immense forces. It needs to dole out a ton of punishment, and it needs to take it too. And yet, even after just a couple of hits, we start to see it deform. That is a structural issue. Look, they can't even get the weapon lock properly in place because of how
deformed it got, yeah.
How deformed this robot is. So I think they are going to be headed back to the drawing board. Maybe not completely, but they certainly have some revisions to do.
Some edits to make. I mean, if you are a professional Ragebaiter like me, you have to be able to, if you're dishing it out, you have to be able to take it. That's the thing. A big shell spinner like that, impacts are going to happen on the shell, and you have to be able to take those effectively, or you'll go down first. We see this shuffling full body spinner in the 30s plenty more often than we do in the 12s, so maybe there's just some things to be said for more revisions needing to be made for the downscale aspect of this. Maybe we should put more weight in the shell if we can afford it.
It is an underrated talent to be able to say, I know this works at this scale, say at a 1/4 inch of thickness. Does that mean at half that weight I can go down to half that thickness? Probably not, but maybe. It's this balancing act of math and intuition and experience that gives you the ability to make these engineering calls, and it just didn't work out for them this particular time. Let's go over to Sam. Sam, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Ricky. I am here with Matthew Collins of Ragebait. Tough match, Matthew. But can you go over some of the damage you received?
Well, to start with, our shuffler drive system was not working too well, but we took a lot of hits throughout the day and tried to beat the shell straight, as you can see, with the nastiest ones right there. And once that's dented in, we couldn't even spin anymore since we'd hit our drive system. So basically ended the fight, sadly, but still good fight. Had fun coming out. For a rookie bot that's never fought before, really impressed with how far it got.
Absolutely. Shell spinners are really tough to get right, and Ragebait was looking good today. I'm looking forward to seeing the future of what you do with this robot.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Back to y'all.
We're not going to waste any time, folks. We're headed right back to Cage 1. RoboCat's going up against Lottery.
Ooh, this is number 2 seed versus number 16 seed, but Lottery has shown itself to be as lucky as the name implies. Can they, not to discredit you, can you pull out another victory? Can you pull a rabbit out of the hat just one more time?
Can you pull a Powerball out of the vat? That's what I want.
Let's win the lottery. Man, this is exciting. The closer we get to prime time, the closer we get to that top 8 being filled, the more exciting the fights get.
Both of these robots are looking a lot more dialed in than they were earlier today. It's been an interesting ride.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Slow start out of RoboCat. Very interesting. Very quick movements and a big hit from Lottery, immediately sending a belt flying. And another big hit that RoboCat is on the receiving end of.
RoboCat, you're not looking like number 2 seed right now.
And another one. This geometry is working out phenomenally for Lottery. That's 3, that's 4 hits in a row they're able to line up and knock down. This could get very bad very quickly for RoboCat.
Yeah, these have not just been hits in their favor. These are good hits.
Now we do have a missing front wedgelet from Lottery. That is a bit of damage.
Whoa.
And another big hit. This is effective driving, careful driving, and I will go ahead and say it, lucky driving so far from Lottery.
Lucky so far, he just gave the Lottery's back.
Ooh. Weapon-to-weapon hits while RoboCat is upside down.
We're sort of getting strafing hits now on the side.
Luck or not, there is talent behind this driving.
Liam Long, are you the dark horse today?
Very well could be.
I'm just sitting at the edge of my seat staring at the monitor. Another hit's coming. I can feel it.
Oh, and that fork getting hung up just a little and costing them a hit. RoboCat getting just a little bit of payback, but then immediately suffering again at the hands of Lottery. Lottery, I gotta give it to them. Their durability is on full display. They haven't given up an inch in functionality, but how much longer can they take this kind of abuse?
Man, that egg beater looks tough. T-U-F-F, that's tough.
7, 8 feet in the air, major hit after major hit. A second belt has been torn off of RoboCat.
RoboCat was able to, the crowd is at the edge of their seat too.
They're able to self-right, but they are barely able to drive. They are very much struggling.
30 seconds remaining.
We're coming down on the last bit of this fight, the last 30 seconds. RoboCat is moving a little, but will it be enough to avoid a count out? With the help of the house bot, they should be able to send this to the judges. But Dima, I don't think that's a good place to be either if you're RoboCat. Lottery was so dominant in this fight, lining hit after hit after hit. Walking out of this almost entirely unscratched and unscathed. What a performance from Lottery!
The Robo Jacket side of the beach are so excited.
Doing Atlanta, Georgia proud. The Georgia Tech Robo Jackets have got to be proud of that kind of performance.
I walked up to the pits. I said, give me a 12-pounder and serve it up to me Atlanta style, and they gave me Lottery today.
After an early loss and a pair of, we'll call it easy street wins, this is a big, big feat. Let's go into the replay, take a look at how it happened. That's how it happened right there. Lining up these big hits one after another, and taking almost no damage in the process. RoboCat got sent into the air 24 times over the course of this match, and probably another half dozen more into the arena walls.
Yeah, Lottery just won every engage. You know, a fight like this, sometimes like vert to vert, you say, oh, they won the majority of the engages, but the other robot got a couple good hits in. They didn't really get any good hits in.
No.
They got a couple glancing blows, but they weren't clean.
In terms of hits, in terms of engagements, in terms of winning exchanges, this was a blowout for Lottery.
This has been such an incredible showing for, you know, a bot that isn't in the top 10 seeds. I wonder what they're looking for right now. Maybe a belt?
I see
their
some
forks.
missing wheels.
Is it that fork that came off?
Very well could be. That fork was just about the only damage we saw from Lottery. That's it. It was, in fact, the fork.
That beautiful golden fork.
They're going to want to put that back on. I will say that was a sizable difference in their engagement performance once they lost that fork. It was not trivial to their strategy, but they made up for it very quickly. It didn't seem to cost them an inch in the battle.
They also made up for it by just ripping off RoboCat's forks. But I think Sam has a couple more things to tell us about this fight cage side.
Yeah, Dima, thank you. I am with Liam and the Robo Jackets after that amazing fight with Lottery. Lottery looks so good. What's your secret behind making it so tough?
Yeah, I think it's a really good team building environment, and I think the secret behind this robot is teamwork. I think I couldn't have done this without the amazing team I have behind me. I'm just super grateful for all the collaboration and sort of good times we've had working on this robot. I definitely couldn't have done it myself, but yeah. Also, like, our driver deep is really, really good. That's why.
I think you are right. That was some masterclass driving in that match, and I'm so stoked to see you guys going forward in today's tournament.
Sorry?
I'm not sorry. I'm happy for y'all. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see y'all in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Man, what a great team. The team just cannot but help but explode with joy and tell their teammates how well they did. Who can blame them? We've all been there. You don't even have time to do a victory lap. You got to get all your buddies back into the pit to help you make repairs, because I'm pretty sure you guys are going to prime time. I think y'all need to lock in, because there may be a golden dumpster in your future if every fight goes like that. But we are loading an entirely separate duo of bots into cage 1. This cage looking a little worse for wear. Let's see if we can do a little more damage to it, though, before prime time.
I was about to say, we're talking worse for wear. I think we're going to have a lot worse for wear in just a minute. But before we get there, let's go to Adam and Go.
Hey, happy to be here. Listen, that was an insane bunch of hits in that fight. That cage is looking wrecked.
That was wild. It seemed like RoboCat stood no chance. We saw a few fights today where RoboCat was on the back foot early. Their durability kicked in, and they ended up winning it late. Not what happened there. RoboCat had no chance against Lottery.
No, Lottery looking vicious and mean. Ben Haas, crazy end of the day. All right, so we are now going into cage 1 where we've got 12 speed going up against Riot.
This is another bunch of robots with a lot of kinetic energy, big vertical spinners. Slightly different philosophies here. You've got a narrower, bigger bar going up against sort of a little wider, lower disc. We'll see who has the better geometry here pretty quickly. Narrow forks, long forks, wide forks. Like a little bit of an angle.
I can get him if he can get the bot.
A lot of reach on Riot. Big, tall weapon on this robot.
Yeah, I was looking at their setup, and they had a few different armor configs for the front, all very nicely done. That sort of like hard plate mounted to a TPU
5,
frame.
4,
nice structure.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both bots up to speed here.
Whoa. That's not how you want to come out of the box. Pirouetting there. Oh, but Riot upside down. Both robots a bit uncontrolled here, and Riot losing the ground game. Big hits to the underside of Riot now. Riot fighting back.
Ooh, yeah, that weapon grinding against the plywood. That was not good.
You don't like that because that really ups the current going into your motors. That's how you burn out your controllers if you're not careful. Big impacts against the cage. The cage doesn't move when you hit it, and those are big shocks. Oh! What just came off a Riot, Kyle?
I think that was the fork. Yeah, there's no forks left on Riot.
There is a lot of energy. Riot is not spinning.
No, not at all.
All that bouncing around, I was distracted, and Riot is done on the weapon side. That's not good for them.
12 speed, while they are having a little bit of drive issue on that right side, everything's working, and they are getting full contact with that weapon.
Yeah, 12 speed has looked out of control since the start, but Riot unable to take advantage, loses their forks, loses their weapon, and without their forks, they're not going to do much in a pushing battle. But 12 speed still spinning.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 12 speed can move without gyroing a little bit, but look at that. They are pinned. The unstick has been called. 12 speed is considering coming in for a hit, but they're really being cautious while Fluffy's in the way.
Yeah, an awkward position here for Riot. This is tough for Fluffy to get them off. They're really stuck. Just the weight really wanted to fall there. Flipped over at the last second. That had to be near the end of that unstick attempt.
Yeah, very close to the end, if not the end. So now, no forks, no weapon. Riot has got to win this battle by attrition with 39 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, and not only that, but Riot doesn't have any more unstick attempt requests, so they are in a bad spot if they get stuck. But with 27 seconds left, they may make it to the bell here. Oh! Did I speak too soon?
You spoke too soon. They're on the thing. That is a terrible position to be in, especially with no weapon. They're stuck. Oh, they're wobbling. They're trying to wobble themselves off. You can hear the teammates in the background screaming to wobble.
You can hear the ref counting.
Knockout.
Just too early.
There we go.
Riot doesn't make it to the judges' decision. I don't think that's going to affect the end result of this fight, but it'll make their stats look a little bit worse. Great performance from 12 speed.
12
coming
speed.
out, winning the early engagements, tearing off the forks.
Breaking the weapon.
Yeah, really good driving. Another fight where one robot comes out and just wins basically every single engagement.
I love that their safety is a paint roller.
Nice detail, Kyle.
Look at that. They're going to safety their robot and then go paint their cabinets after this. Yeah, 12 speed looking vicious from this Gator Robotics team.
Yeah, that was a really good performance. It was crazy because it just looked so out of control out of the gate. There was that one moment they started flipping all over the place. But outside of that, they somehow came out on top of every engagement.
And they were kind of gyroing into position, like gyroing until they hit the kind of like straight away towards their opponent, and they'd launch themselves forward.
Maybe it was like that, like drunken style of kung fu. You're just
I can
kind of
see that.
baiting your opponent into underestimating you.
Definitely very effective either way. 12 speed coming out on top. The 12-pound bracket just so stacked today.
Yeah, a full field today, which means we get more robots to whittle down to the top 8 for a real strong 12-pound field. Not too much longer until prime time, just an hour and 40 minutes or so. You can feel every fight is more important as we get closer to cutting off the bracket for each of these fields. The crowd has been really into these fights.
Our 30-pound bracket is set for prime time. The 12-pound bracket will be set shortly. Let's check out the pits right now.
The pits are whittling down as people go home from being knocked out, but the prime time pits just across the way are starting to fill up as those who have made prime time move over to our bigger, wider, more open area to spread out. Nicer tables. That's the reward you get for getting to prime time.
It is nice to be able to kind of recombobulate, reassess, spread your stuff out, figure out where you're at with everything by moving tables just before the primetime event happens.
You see Georgia Tech here working on, looks like lottery. Getting it prepped.
All right, we're going to do some Cage 1 action, and to call every moment of this action, we're going to go to the play-by-play booth with Dima and Ricky.
Thank you, Kyle. Looks like we are back with FTP. Exciting. And Luna also, who we have seen fight earlier today, but I have yet to commentate one of these matches from Luna myself. Really, really, really lovely looking robot. I'm going to pull up their stats really quick. Is this their first event? Is this Luna's first event?
This is Luna's first event, yeah. So these are both fresh robots. Now, we've seen FTP over the course of the day, we'll call it growing into their matches. Earlier in the day, FTP's had some success, but they definitely aren't functioning at full capacity. I also have not seen a major fight from Luna yet today. They're sitting at a 2-0 record, so it's clearly something is going right for them, but I don't know if they're going to need FTP to also be on this growth trajectory to stand a chance.
For those that don't know yet, Luna is another WPI bot, and it's a scaled-up 12-pound build of their, according to them, their most successful 3-pound robot, Comet. So
very interesting. Keeping with the astronomical theme here.
So they took all their wisdom and all the data they gathered from the 3-pound build, and they are, to pardon the term, it's pardon the pun, graduating to 12 pounds. I want to see if they got the stuff to tussle with another veteran builder's new robot.
It is always a nerve-wracking thing when you are an experienced builder and you're bringing something new out for the first time. So far, everyone's having some success, but only one person can win away with this.
Robots, fight.
Whoa.
Luna popping FTP up into the air right off the bat, and I'm not seeing any movement. But we saw this earlier from FTP. They get a big hit and they freeze. Oh, that is rough. Look at the plastic explosion on the back of FTP.
That one hurt. FTP still living. One drive side looks down.
And another immense hit, and a belt has been sheared. That is a tap out from FTP. Connor Howard and Luna are walking away with the win.
Man. The kick plates give it, and the kick plates take it away.
Yeah, that is a major amount of damage on FTP. They will be walking home after that loss. Drew Davis is going to have some work to do to get that robot back into fighting shape and perhaps some upgrades to make before the next event as well. Connor Howard, though, looking essentially unscathed with his robot Luna.
Not too many impacts to even worry about, oh, maybe I took a chip on my weapon or something. There weren't even that many impacts.
And the impacts were into relatively soft plastic, so that also helps. It's those big weapon-to-weapon ones where you worry, oh, man, did I chunk my own weapon blade? But no, I'd say they're sitting pretty for the next match coming up.
Funny how that ended up happening, that tap out. According to our handy-dandy deep stats, I had that fight as ending a 62% chance to end in a KO. And it was a tap out and a KO are sometimes synonymous. If Drew did not tap out there, the KO count definitely would have started to lack of motion.
For sure, for sure. Now, the winner of that fight, being Luna, will now go on to fight the winner of the winner of Xenomorph and Steggy. So that will lead into our quarterfinal fight. We're going to go to Sam right now. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Ricky. I'm here with Connor from Luna, and Luna has been looking great today, and it's a brand new 12 from you. What was it like scaling up from 3 pounds to 12 pounds?
I took a lot of things from Comet, a lot of geometry changes I wanted to make it a little more stable, and it's been working out. I took a lot of things from Waddles as well. The construction is very similar to a lot of 30 pounds. It's using pretty much the entire chassis is aluminum. There's no actual TPU in the chassis at all. So it makes the entire thing really rigid, makes it really good at dishing out hits. I haven't had to take much yet, but hopefully it holds up.
And driving Luna compared to driving Comet, is it the same style? Is it different because of the scale of the 12-pound cage?
So Comet has really heavily prioritized weapon. It has a really fast tip speed. And there's a lot of compromises I have to make to reach that. But for this, I prioritize drive speed a lot more, so I can get a lot higher bite. So it has a really insane drive speed and a much more reasonable 12-pound weapon speed.
All right. Well, Connor, thank you so much, and I'm excited to see Luna going forward. And now back to y'all in the play-by-play booth.
Thanks, Sam. We're going to take this opportunity, I think, to jump into a replay of that fight. We saw some really interesting things we want to review. Take a look here. That's the first good hit there from Luna on FTP, and it really does this weird hop, but you can see how it right off the bat, there it is, on the right-hand side. You can see it for just a moment. It's torn the plastic up from the base, and it creates a high center on the front of FTP. Even once this robot is flipped right side up again, it's not going to get good drive from that moment forward. That's one of the things that's really interesting. We've seen it less and less, and I think the pendulum is starting to swing back. A bot like Luna and its heavily rigid construction, this metal-heavy aluminum-style construction, means that these hits push a ton more energy into the opponent.
First walk out of the night, boys.
You have a flexible chassis. You absorb a lot of the hits that you want to give out. You absorb a lot of that energy, and it doesn't go into your opponent. So I don't know that FTP was built expecting that kind of energy transfer.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe part of the design, back to the drawing board moment is, does this robot look, how more compact could it or should it be? Or is that something I want to do? Or is it more of ironing out where the belts are located or preventing high centering? And that's it. But regardless,
we're going to find out.
We have Steggy and Xenomorph loading into the big boy cage.
Yes.
Steggy's so cute.
speaking of energy transfer, I mean, come on. Xenomorph has been just dishing out a ton of punishing hits.
Look at its weapon, though.
Yeah, it's fearsome. It's honestly terrifying. We have seen this robot straight up bifurcate opponents. This entire last, 6-month period, they've really become one of the premier robots in the 12-pound class and a major hurdle on anyone that wants to get to the top of the 12-pound bracket.
Oh yeah, Gatekeeper, mini boss, maybe on its way to becoming final boss. I'm pretty sure if you're a 12-pound builder and you're getting ready for this event, you're thinking to yourself, who do I have to worry about? Who do I have to prepare for? My configs and stuff. You got Caldera 12, you got Maximizer, you got Slam Plan maybe. Xenomorph is definitely one to worry about.
5,
spectator,
4,
look out for this
3,
guy.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Glancing blow from Xenomorph on Steggy, and then it does a little bit of a ramp over top. Excellent driving from John Flack and Steggy, but then going flying into the arena walls, couldn't keep it up. Oh, these are punishing hits. I'm seeing bits of Steggy being torn off. Huge pieces of plastic missing.
Whoa.
A giant lipo fire has broken out. Smoke everywhere. Look at that part that looks like the middle of our arena got TP'd. That is the inside of a lipo battery.
At least the battery is burning outside of the robots.
Look at that, it's shredded, it's gutted.
Poor little Steggy. No, this hurts. That's Gore of my comfort character.
Fluffy doing his best to try and cool down this battery fire. We're gonna wait for that smoke to clear, but let me tell you, if you're having mood problems, step into our arena for a taste of lithium right now. It's nuts in there.
It shouldn't be, but it's a nostalgic smell at this point.
It is. Look at this. That is an aluminum backing plate, and it is bent like a tin can.
Yeah, it looks like that might have been its original shape at one point, but I know that it's not.
That is a horrifying amount of energy. Oh, and look there. Can we get a close-up on Xenomorph's blade?
The blade
I can't
itself.
tell. The blade itself, it's either a scratch across it or it could be a crack on the edge of that blade. I cannot make it out from here, but boy, I would love to see it. Nope, it is not. Okay, that was... Oh, it might be a crack. Look, you can see...
Yeah, I see exactly that line.
You see that? There's a line there. I don't think it's a crack. I think it just happenstance is in exactly the spot that you would expect a crack to propagate.
Mm-hmm.
But also take a moment to look at the front forks on Xenomorph right now. They are shredded.
I think it's nice for the spectators to get a closer look at weapon stamina, because when you are running a robot like this for an entire tournament, it is collecting scratches, dings.
See that white right where the big tip comes at its base? That's a huge gouge that's been put in there. So that's going to be really interesting coming out of this fight. If I were them and if I had a spare, that's something they're going to want to go and replace, because that's a weak point in that blade. Let's see how the damage might have gotten there.
Steggy going for its game plan in the undercuts.
And that was the moment. Right up until there, Steggy was in it to win it, and then it gets absolutely shredded to bits.
Look at everything comes out of it. A piece of confetti, a trail of plastic coming out of that
Here's
bot.
what's wild. That tape there, those are the innards of a lipo battery. That's what it looks like. It's layers of electrolyte and insulating material, and it's that toilet paper looking material that keeps the different poles of the battery separated. And normally that would catch fire and it would be this big fireball. But if you shred it fast enough, it doesn't have time to burn. It just ends up being strewn across the arena before it can even light fire.
I've seen a lot of fights. I have yet to see that happen. I've yet to see the innards sort of come out and unfold like that.
it is a rarity. You have to have such a well-placed shot with so much energy delivered just in the perfect way to your to the battery to get that kind of outcome. Really, what a dramatic way to end a fight. And look at the massive area. There's the innards here. This like tape, toilet paper looking material. It's just a big long piece of insulation that separates the inner pieces of the battery. In fact, you can see all these little black kind of rectangular cue card looking things. Those are the pieces of lithium permeated material that are being separated by that paper.
It gets folded up and layered like a fancy pastry kind of.
Right, exactly. Like that is precisely right. It's layered like a fancy pastry, and that fluffy center is what provides the ability for the chemicals to do their job. And you can see even more of these layers where that plastic separating material has just been ripped out so fast it didn't even have time to catch fire.
Yeah, you saw when the impact happened on the replay. We got a couple angles of that. It came out and unfolded from the force as it came out. Like you said, just did not have time to catch and burn.
Just because I never get to see this, let me talk about the science just a little bit.
By all means.
Each of these black layers gets pushed as close as possible to another black layer. And it's the chemical interaction in between these layers that creates the voltage that your battery produces to run the robot. Just wild to see it all strewn across like a labeled diagram in our arena. We're going to go to Sam. He's cage side. I think he's got some more info on this exciting.
Yep. Thank you, Ricky. I'm here with David from Xenomorph, and that was a show of force. How does it feel to be on the other side of a massive battery fire?
Yeah, I could get used to this. I'll be honest, there was a split second where I was deciding whether I was going to go in for that last hit or not. And I figured, we're in the tournament, and I didn't see any tap outs, so I'm like, go in for one more. And I wasn't quite expecting all that, but hey, that's what happens sometimes. And I think we're looking actually pretty good for going into the rest of the tournament. And I don't know. We'll see how far we get. So thanks, Sam. Appreciate you guys.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you went in for that last hit. And back to you, Kyle and Adam.
That was absolutely disgusting. Everything about that.
How do you follow that up?
I mean, there were bot intestines all over the... We never see bot intestines all over the arena.
Maybe we can make bot sausage after this.
Oh, that sounds spicy. All right, we are now in cage 2. We've got some robot-on-robot action.
1. Fight, robots,
Sir
fight.
Slicey.
Sir Slicey upgraded their hub this event. A minor upgrade, but can help a lot with durability of their weapon. At least that's what they're hoping for as they go up against Fragment X here. And send Fragment X flying.
Sir Slicey, such a well-driven robot. Evan Bimji just knows how to take it to the opponents. But man, both of these guys have very fast drive reflexes, and there's a belt on the floor.
On the ground. I think that's one of Sir Slicey's. They still have one left, but they are not spinning. Fragment X still is.
Yeah, those forks on Fragment X really giving them that ground game advantage.
So something is not working inside of Sir Slicey, although the weapon still looks attached. Possibly an electrical issue inside. Fragment X,
maybe that's the issue. You could have found it right there.
That's an electrical issue for sure as the battery goes up in smoke.
Fragment X making it look easy, beating a former champion, Evan Bimji and Sir Slicey.
Still moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there was tap out though, so.
No, that's done. That's an over fight. That
Wow,
is
that
a
is
smoke-filled box and a completed fight.
No toilet paper this time.
No, that's a rarity. That is the rarest form of robot carnage.
Yeah, you can see the lithium smoke kind of stinking a little bit before going up.
If it's pure white and just kind of sinks and sticks to the floor, that's all going to be lithium polymer smoke from a battery fire. And battery fires don't go out.
You can see cell by cell as the battery goes up here, dies down, and then lights the next one. This is all getting evacuated from the building with our negative pressure system in the arena. That's why you'll see the smoke heading upward and out. Let's take a look at a replay here. Big hits.
Just a beautiful toss there.
Sir Slicey.
And then right there on the back plate. And that was the one that did it.
Right through the back plate, right through the base plate. You see it peeled up there. Flames and smoke shooting out.
And now Sir Slicey is on fire for the indefinite future. Evan Bimji, an amazing driver. Just not able to pull out the win there against Fragment X.
Yeah, their weapon went down early. And after that point, there wasn't much they could do other than hope. And it didn't pay off that time as Fragment X sends them home packing.
Well, we are now ready to wrap up the KO show. We cannot wait to see you for prime time. Let's have a look at our brackets that we have coming up. So this is our complete 30-pound bracket going into prime time. Up at the top, we've got the God of War, Ares, taking on HHS. Can't wait for that one.
That will be an insanely energy-packed fight. Next up is Alan, the little robot that could, going up against Terminator, one of our widest drum robots we've ever seen.
And the bot everybody's talking about, is it spicy? Is it delicious? It's Hot Honey taking on Salamander. Hot Honey is a great little combo robot. We can't wait to see that.
How do you like your Salamander? With a little bit of Hot Honey on it.
Delicious.
This is 30 going up against Operation Mincemeat to close out the bracket. Whenever you see Synthesis 30 in a fight, it's going to be a big impact. They pack so much kinetic energy, and it's just who's going to be absorbing it. Always fun to see.
All right, so we do have one other bracket ready to go. That's our 12-pound bracket. Up at the top, we've got Maximizer taking on Infrared. Cannot wait to see that one. Some Ohio action going on up there.
Torrent versus Supernova is going to follow that one up. Before we get to Lottery versus 12 Speed. And Lottery has been looking surprisingly good today.
I know. What a new development from that team. Looking absolutely amazing from that Georgia team. Down at the bottom, we've got Luna taking on Xenomorph. Xenomorph is terrifying today.
Can anyone beat them? I mean, you got to think they've got the clear path right now. That's how I'm feeling it. I don't know who can stop them.
Absolutely incredible. Now, we're still trying to shake out our 3-pound bracket. We're going to finish that up and get that ready at the beginning of prime time. And you can see Evan Bimji's poor robot. They're trying to cool it off as much as they can before throwing it into the sand dumpster and getting it outside to finish burning. We'll see you tonight at 7 p.m. at the main YouTube channel. We cannot wait for you to join us. It is prime time at our third qualifying event for the National Havoc Robot League. Thank you all so much.
That's Prometta. They had everything put together. They were frantically working. Then they took it into the test box, and they were having left side drive issues.
Name's Zach Knight, and I drive Prometta. My dad has been a mechanic since he was 13 years old. I grew up with race cars around me all the time, and we would go to the racetracks. For a lot of years, I learned that I didn't want to get into the family trade that he did. All of our family work on cars, but I loved the competition. I loved the sport of racing. I loved everything about it. Ultimately, what my dad created was this competitive drive with the resources that I needed to be able to hone them in. We never really had the most money to do things when we wanted to, so he always found a way to make sure that that got done. And I mean, even today, I don't have the machine here that I need. He'll find the way. I started at Plum High School. We had a Bots IQ club, which is designed to get kids into manufacturing. Well, ultimately it pushed me to be an engineer, but I did 4 years of learning while I was there. Plum is traditionally the powerhouse of Southwestern PA Bots IQ. For the first 10 years of its existence, we won 8 of the tournaments. This is Plum High School, the place where it all started. So just kind of looking at this, here's our original robot that was ever built here at Plum, is Shockwave. It had this really cool like shaft with a flat plate slid through it that used set screws as the weapon. There's 2010's first place medals. Michael in 2021, newspaper article revolving around him and the team, first place medals. 2010 first place and national championship trophy. Another first place medal from 14. And then the craziest thing that I've ever seen in a high school is this. We have a full 8x8 test cage, steel forge, just like how we compete at Bots IQ, full use for the students' disposal. It gives the kids a chance to fight themselves without the weapons on and just full test everything. So we've invited other schools to be able to come test safely here as well. Don Dorfler is my original mentor. He's 4 years older than Joe. My freshman year of high school, Don was the captain. Then when Don graduated, Joe came in that immediately following year. We all kind of just banded behind Joe because we knew that that meant we had the power of Don behind us as well. For a lot of years, it was me and Joe working hand in hand. I would be the main builder. He would be the main driver. He did a lot of build himself. I'm not gonna take that away from him. He was always the one that got the limelight. I was always the one in the shadows, kind of making sure stuff worked. Through my senior year, we were still hand in hand together. I was helping him build Knockout. About 2 weeks before the prelim event, the second robot was not finished. So I took and basically staged a coup against the old team, unfortunately, and said, I can get this done, and if I get this done, I want to be the driver for it. For the next 10 days, I worked here in this workshop and back at school and just everywhere I could with the help of people like Trevor Sommer to make sure that this got done.
And what was that robot?
Night Stalker. Named it before I had a chance to name it. We kind of start out in 2007 with Alex. He's kind of where the knowledge source kind of creates and stems down. I believe he's Don's biggest mentor. So you go 07, 08, we win both times. We get to 09, so we have Don Dorfler here, and then we have my older brother, Joseph Knight here. And in 2010, Don again, and my older brother here, Joseph. It's also the first time when I get to see robots because we go to some kind of like little event at the Carnegie Science Center. 2011, that's when I first show up. That's the first year in Plum's history we don't win. Then 2012, we win. 2013, Dawn's already graduated. I'm there, and then Joe shows up. First 4 years of the club is winning, 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 and then you have Don and Joseph in the mix of that during that time span.
What point was it that we were only allowed to start bringing 2 bots again?
After 2010, that's the Plum rule in Bots IQ, in which you're not allowed to bring more than 2 robots because we took first, second, third that year.
I couldn't remember which year it was.
Yeah. There were certain years there where we had no funding, and the only way that we kept going as a club was literally winning. The only way that we funded Knockout was going through and using our winnings for 2015 from 2014. But now, obviously, NHRL charity, we were able to donate how much money to this place that I don't see how they don't survive for the next 20 years. In the first 10 years, we won 8 of the 10 times we were around. Literal dynasty during the time span when we were here, with one of the most ridiculous robot records ever. 37-3 with that robot all time.
The Knockout was ridiculous.
Yeah. I come back around, start mentoring around 2021 era. Did you guys not call out your taps? I don't think you guys called out your taps. You're gonna have to hand tap every one of these now. You're looking at 60 plus taps just on these alone. Okay. Look.
Just those, or is it everything?
It's every part. In 2015, my final year, we have a drum called Night Stalker. Don Dorfler is my mentor at the time. He's already graduated from school. And I'm in a fight against Admiral Perry's Toxic. Go weapon to weapon with his beater bar over and over and over. After the fight, he looks at me and goes, "You cannot drive a drum that way." All confused, not understanding. I was like, okay, thought about it. A year later, Don drops disco. A single tooth disc, the first time I'd ever seen it. I was told don't drive a drum like that, but I could totally drive that like that. And so the building of Aftershock and all the way through the iterations over the years to that little moment starts me on the direct path for Prometta for all of time. Now we're almost 8 years into building Prometta. It's kind of crazy.
Is there anything else in these like OG robots that has worked its way through the line and is still in Prometta?
Yeah, so there's a couple little neat tricks that we pull with like the frame rails and stuff like that, where I think it was like Final Shock. What they ended up doing is they had this frame rail that had a metal cutout that was bolted down back into the frame. Well, you took 2 screws out of it and you were able to pull it up and you were able to remove the gearbox straight out of the robot. What I've done is iterated that over the years is instead of a metal cutout, I just have the slot for that pull-out purpose and faceplate it. I mean, how often do you open up the inside of a motor? Pretty much never. So welding a almost like a bushing like this on the front of it to keep everything tied together might actually be a really good move. So here, because we're gonna weld this out, if we try to put a bearing here, it's ultimately just gonna create friction in your system. Wow. Honestly, things that you guys have done that I've never considered and might look into doing in the future, this right here. I like this. No, I like that actually a lot. Take the wedge off, pop these out, it's golden. 2018 NHRL Nationals, I show up, very first fight of the day. I look across the cage and it is Joe Dorfler. We both graduated high school and now fighting at our respective colleges. I go a whole 25 seconds against him and he just absolutely wipes the floor with me. That was the first time I fought Joe. Definitely looked up to him. I knew he was in my eyes, he was the greatest driver that I've ever seen. And luckily I was able to be behind him for so many years, but going up against him was definitely intimidating. I love Joe and respect him the most in the world. Him becoming part of the huge team on BattleBots ultimately stemmed them to design a 12-pound version. When that showed up, none of us had a plan or a clue what to do with it, and it only excelled his dominance more because now he wasn't on the same playing field and just out driving us. Now he was above us and could literally just do whatever he pleased. My robots had lost to Joe, I believe, 4 times. My robots were 0-6 against Big Wheels before November 2025.
Really nice design on Prometta.
Maybe the reason why it's so small is because that weapon is chunky AF.
It's got some...
Oh my God! Kyle! What? Kicking huge again. That's 2 hits in a row. The big risk here is that, oh here we go. That huge cuts into something important and kills the drive on Prometta.
Prometta is probably the scariest 4-wheel drive spinner in this bracket. And Biggish is perfectly designed to defeat them.
Can Biggish do the impossible here and kill Prometta?
Nice bid.
Battles. Wow. That was John, my friend, I think you might be dead in the water.
That was a beautiful piece of driving from Prometta.
I think it's 2021, 2022, 2024, and now you have a dumpster here in 2025, but you're coming back for the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm not going to stop trying to win these events, and I do it because I love this, and I've got the best family ever.
One of our Team Defective members, Bob Bolanson, he had previously already built his Big Fish version, which was like a 9-inch blade on Blue Marlin. I had seen it, never really done anything with it, but I kind of just monitored that idea in the back of my head until he kind of got the chance. However, going into World Champs 2025, I knew that there were 2 big wheels in the field. So I kind of took that moment and said, okay, I have to implement my idea now or I'm not gonna get the chance to be prepared. So November 2025, I show up the day of, Jake Hoffman hands me parts when he arrives and we just bolted onto the robot, and luck and behold that we fought Granger that day. That Granger fight was euphoric in a way. 20 seconds, got a wheel off of him, just absolutely did better than I ever could have expected that configuration to go. 2025 in World Champs, I took and got rid of the titanium armor that was on the front, and then I had no side armor. Instead, I designed a AR500 armor package for it that was exclusive for that configuration. It put me right on the money for 12 pounds. I had these giant ears on the top of the robot. If it were to sit between the wheel and that ear, the front corner of the armor would dig. So I instead put a like 1.5 inch size bearing on the front corner so that as soon as it touched, it had 2 bearings touching and a rear wheel. I literally could drive on its side and allow it to become a horizontal. So coming into World Champs, I kind of was able to pre-plan my route. I had a general idea of who I would fight based on a spreadsheet we had created to actually be able to predict the bracket in whatever way we thought it would go. I knew that I was gonna probably need my big wheel, especially getting later in the day. I have vert, horizontal, and big header. Going into the huge fight, that was actually a lot more terrifying than when I had fought Granger, just simply because my secret was out. They knew what was coming for them, so I knew they had some kind of preparation. And what I ended up noticing is that they were a lot more timid in the initial exchanges coming into me, just to try to make sure that I didn't get a nice good hit on the chassis.
Oh, welcome to the National Havoc Robot League's World Championship! It is our final event of the year!
But right now, I'm going to introduce you to who we are fighting for today.
Huge versus Prometta.
Zach is facing former mentor Don Derfler and former teammate Joe Derfler. Can Apprentice become master? Huge, that high-mounted vertical spinner on a big wheel robot.
Prometta with the extra tall weapon this time.
Just like what we saw in Void, this kind of the tech for this kind of vert to beat a big wheel. To have something that you can drive kind of into and catch the big wheel massive spinning vert in the center. You can't even see it right now because it's spinning so fast. You might be able to catch a glimpse of it there at home, but that big blue blade is spinning real fast and real hard.
Oh, an excellent hit on Prometta. That did some serious damage. Left-hand drive side is struggling. The weapon is still going, but boy, that had consequences.
Huge kind of nervous to just run straight forward. They want to pick good shots too, and because they have better control right now, they are afforded the capability to do so.
Oh, is this an entanglement? It may well be. It is. That is stuck in there. The wheel. Oh, fantastic!
We're out without needing to use the cage manager crowbars.
I am impressed. Now Prometta is just barely moving. Only one drive side is running and only really running well in one direction. Meanwhile, Huge, both drive sides running, but one of them clearly suffering badly. Both of these robots, as we come down close to the last 10 seconds of the fight, it looks as though Huge's weapon has gone down. That's certainly going to make a difference, but at this point, Prometta's weapon is also down. So if I'm looking at it, we've got bare minimum drive functionality on one side of Huge, good drive functionality but damage on the other, and no weapon, versus Prometta having no weapon, and the weapon spins up! That's going to be a huge difference for damage in this fight. That is a huge, huge deal. That could have changed the outcome of this fight. I am being told that we have a judge's decision coming in from Huge versus Prometta.
Our decision is Prometta wins.
Bravo to Prometta. That is an incredible victory.
Hearing that JD was absolutely incredible. I respect everything that Don has ever done in this sport, and it meant the world that I was fighting him. And so just hearing that I had won that fight, I was good to be done there during that day. Like, I didn't need anything else. I think it was pretty early on in the opening exchanges. He hit a weak part of my front armor. It got bent down, and so I couldn't drive forward anymore during the fight. I took damage electrically. I'm not really sure exactly when it happened because we left the box working. We didn't think anything was wrong with it.
And Zach, this is your 5th World Championship. How is it different than your very first one?
I mean, just the level of competition first off, but today I'm conquering demons.
Toss them around the arena like a beach ball.
Oh, that was nasty, and they are now doing the thing.
And Zach, can anyone stop you?
Everybody can stop me, but the question is, am I going to stop myself?
Shot Buzzkill goes flying. Her winner headed to the finals is Prometta and Zach Knight.
So when we eventually get to the slam plan fight, we go to the test cage and we go, why is the left side not driving great? The right side's fine, left side's not.
Left-hand drive side is struggling. Boy, that had consequences.
Oh, we've got a continuing situation up in the pits.
Prometta is struggling.
This is a tense situation. You're under the gun, you're under the clock. There's a countdown. If you don't finish this in time, you're disqualified.
It's just an invaluable resource to have that many smart people with tools and capable hands to help you out with your robot. But right now, we're gonna see how he's doing upstairs in the pits. Richard, what's going on?
I'll tell you what's going on. Everybody is breathing a collective sigh of relief. Prometta is headed downstairs. We are a go for the fight.
Slam Plan, the reigning 12-pound world champion with an incredible 21-win and 3-loss record, walking into today without a single knockout in his career. Zach and Prometta are going to have a Herculean effort ahead of them if they want to take home a win.
There's a lot riding on my personal score with this as well, just because it has never lost a tournament yet. It has always gotten first place.
It's the 12-pound division. It's been full of just devastating fights. Huge knockouts all day. What are we going to see in this World Championship final? Coming up first, it's from Team Defective, Zach Knight and Prometta. And they will be facing from Brunswick, Ohio, it's Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, and Slam Plan. They're kind of a big deal.
Will they take home another Golden Brett?
Boy, oh boy. And I gotta say, no one in this building has earned it more than Brendan Steele. The engineering and driving on these robots has just been locked in from day one.
This makes you wonder, do you really need the experience from all those losses? He keeps making it this far. He's only lost 3 times at NHRL. My goodness.
Absolutely wild. We can't forget he's on Team Huge. He's got some of the best, in fact, the best big wheel drivers in the world giving him advice that's got to count for a lot.
2, 1. Fight. Robots.
Away we go. Very quick spin up on Slam Plan. No movement from Prometta.
Prometta moving.
Whoa! I heard some good crunch there. A big piece of steel now missing from the top of Prometta. One of its little bunny ears. Ripped off.
We see some treads coming off a Slam Plan.
Yeah, a giant hole in one of Slam Plan's wheels. Oh, Slam Plan is almost torn in half.
Slam Plan.
It's barely spinning. The battery is laying there in the arena.
It's all over
Incredible
already.
Carnage. Zach Knight is celebrating immediately.
Oh my God. Slam Plan looks so not invincible, but unstoppable all day. And Zach Knight only needed a few hits to take that. Haven't heard even the official KO yet, but there it is.
What a way to celebrate your 50th win here at NHRL with not just a golden dumpster, but a golden Brett!
What just happened?
Zach's instinctual driving is just beyond in this tournament. It's so amazing. He deserves every last bit of this much damage done to the last world champion.
I am here with the 12-pound champion. How does it feel knowing the special config you put in so much work on absolutely paid off?
It means the world, and I mean, I got to shout out Bob Melanson. That's his idea. I ripped it off. He helped me make it. That is his. He deserves that credit, and I get the glory for it.
And Zach, this is your 50th win here at NHRL.
Is it really?
Is this just a halfway point?
Holy crap, that's 50? Yes. Yeah, halfway.
Halfway.
Not even.
All right. Well, one thing left to do, Zach. Hold your golden Brett high.
Zach, you figured out big wheels and you're the world champion. What's next for you?
So Prometta is going to show up in March. Always been one of my greatest months. You think about back to Bots IQ days, that's when we were fighting during that era. March is just one of those months that I just absolutely do well. It's robot fighting time for me. That's the season. After March, I believe I'm going to qualify for a Pro Tour, and I'm really curious to see how that's going to turn out. Ultimately, I want to thank my team and Team Defective, specifically Michael Shore, Matt Luther, Chris Rummel, Ashley Beckman, Aiden Hill. Without them, I would not be here where I am today.
When I'm fighting him, it's a lot harder. Like I said, in general, he's such a genuine, helpful. I mean, him and Ashley, both of them together, they do so much for our team just to make sure that everyone's together, everyone's, you know, operating fine. And he's such a, to me, he's my bigger brother. Like, I don't have a brother, or I have a younger sister, but he is, if I had a bigger brother, he'd be him. And that's, for me, the best way I can put it is it's beyond like a teammate-friend relationship. It's genuine family.
That was an insane fight, but it's also a very close friend. There's a lot of mixed emotions. I love you. I love you. I really do love you.
As much as it hurts to have to get beat up by him, like every event, it's such a treat to be able to actually compete here together at this high of a level.
Each one of them helped me. Like, I don't design my full robot, they all play a hand in it. So that World Championship win was ours together. In January 2025, I moved in with my fiance, Ashley, and little did I know that she set our Wi-Fi password to manifest my World Championship win in 2025 to Golden Brett 25.
Okay, so for 2026, what's your new Wi-Fi password going to be?
If we're going to change the Wi-Fi password and continue this manifesto of like doing it this way, it might be Pro Tour World Champ.
We always wanted to put the heavyweight weapon system into this weight class, but there was no way to do it before because the weapon weighed so much. So when we saw the full walker bonus could get us up to 60 pounds, we knew we had to make this. Holy This is ridiculous. What the hell did we do? I'm Adam Wrigley.
I'm Matt Boris.
This is Drift. So we've been working on it nonstop since that announcement was made. We've had walker plans in our team Slack under the channel Project Stupid for a long time. This was Project Stupid 2, and here it is, Drift. This is the first time we've really collaborated on a single robot. So there's a lot of Matt details, there's a lot of Adam details. It's a really interesting mismatch of like our styles here.
So Drift is similar to Chonky in that it is a friction-driven shell spinner. It's got these two wheels out here that drive the shell under this ring. It differs from Chonky in that these wheels are both independent suspensions. They both are spring-loaded. So they both apply about equal amounts of force into the shell, and they're independent of each other. And our shell also is asymmetrical. We have a single tooth out here and a counterweight on the backside. And that'll help us maximize our bite. Since we're a walker, we can't drive as fast, so we want to maximize our bite.
One of the biggest differences is that Chonky is a shuffler, so it weighs 45 pounds. We have a full walking system here, which means we weigh 60 pounds, so another 15 pounds heavier than Chonky, which will be a huge advantage in the arena as we face off against people.
I believe to date, Drift will be the heaviest robot that's actually competed in an NHRL's cage.
So the walking system is made up of 12 of these feet. You see 3 here, there's another 3 inboard, and then 6 on the other side. In order to be a walker and not a shuffler, one of the biggest differences is you can't have continuous motion of a motor mean forward. Our feet oscillate, so every time we walk, they're gonna shuffle back and forth. We call it the wiggler, and depending on which way we wiggle the feet, that depends which way we go. The feet have these little springs in them so that they can only apply force in one direction, and then when they go the other direction, they bend out of the way. So if we want to go that way, the foot turns and pushes us that way. If we want to go this way, the foot turns the other way and pushes that way. So depending on which way we wiggle the foot back and forth, that's the way that we end up going. The biggest goal here was something we've been trying to do for about 7 years, which was take the weapon system out of a heavyweight robot, a 250-pound robot, and put it into a featherweight. This has the 2 motors from heavyweight emulsifier and the controllers running at the same voltage as heavyweight emulsifier. This is a heavyweight weapon system inside a featherweight, spinning a weapon that has a larger diameter than the heavyweight.
So we got to test it in this cage because it's too dangerous for the normal safety cage. Holy sh!
Should I walk?
Careful.
It walks better with the shell on, I'll be honest.
I don't touch the. Let me get it up to speed. Don't touch that.
All right.
I'm afraid if you walk that.
Is that full speed, man?
That's full speed.
Holy
What the hell did we do?
Okay, I'm not walking anymore.
I'm just gonna punch it.
Punch it.
That's not gonna work.
So we shouldn't punch it.
Let me just feather it. Oh boy. We gotta really watch that. It's got too much torque. That's what happens when you have a heavyweight power system and a featherweight. That might break after the first hit, but at least it's gonna work for a minute.
What do you think my heart rate was?
Well, did we pass safety?
The legal requirements, yes.
This thing was shaking.
That made it better. This was like vibrating.
Yeah.
It's gonna vibrate off.
The shell's all grade 5 titanium, and the tooth, we have AR500 teeth and we have S7 tool steel teeth, depending on who our opponent is. The hub's just aluminum. We have a lot of titanium parts in the robot itself. A lot of the chassis is just your standard 6061 aircraft aluminum.
But there's been a lot of material engineering. These wheels spin at hundreds of miles an hour, tens of thousands of RPM. So we couldn't use a regular wheel because it would expand from the centrifugal force. These are custom wheels made for us by the same company that made the wheels for a test program for the Hyperloop. So these are basically very fancy train wheels.
So the spinning mass weighs about 23 pounds. The tip diameter is almost 28 inches. So just for reference, heavyweight emulsifier's disc was 24 inches. This is 28 inches. So it has an additional 4 inches of reach. At last count, I believe there were at least 300 to 400 separate moving parts in this robot. Not all moving.
That's just the drive.
300 to 400
the feet
parts in this robot.
I don't know if it's going to end up being good or bad. We get the good bits and the bad bits.
I apologize for breaking their cage in advance. I'm more afraid of us breaking ourselves, to be honest with you.
Welcome to the National Havoc Robot League 2025 Open World Championship.
We are in Cage 1, and this is a robot that has drawn a lot of attention.
First true walker in the 30-pound class.
This is drift. Welding titanium takes very fine craftsmanship. When you weld, it has to be in a oxygen-free environment, so you basically have to weld it inside of an argon bubble. And when I saw this last night, I couldn't believe it was real. Gorgeous. And in the other corner is Jubilee.
Fight.
Jubilee from
Robots
Brazil.
fight.
Wow, that was a quick spin up.
Ooh! Oh my gosh, the self-rider is off. Oh my gosh! That is the largest fire I've ever seen.
We need that housebot to sneeze on that battery fire that is right by our door.
And now it's just a roaring inferno.
Something else just kicked up. This is another battery. They have about 7 or 8 pounds of battery in this robot.
They're about to have none. That looks like
layers of a battery.
I've never seen a lipo and they're turned to char that fast. I think our battery's in the back, but I've never seen a battery get that charged before. So usually they just smoke out. I've never seen them do that. You had, oh my gosh, there is something wedged in our cage. It is.
Is that a battery?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so against Jubilee, the match started off with us trying to get up to speed. With that shell, our own power became our own worst enemy. Our torque reaction was so strong that the robot became unstable, and it kind of caught the floor a little bit, kicked us over into the wall. We ricocheted off the corner. We lost our mast. And then after that, once we got flipped upside down without the mast, we were just spinning like a dreidel.
We started spinning perfectly balanced inside of the shell, and then it spun up to like 1,000 RPM almost instantly from the 25 horsepower of motors we had in there. And it put about somewhere around 1,500 pounds of centrifugal force on the battery door, which in order to save weight had been 3D printed and ejected the battery quite forcefully into the wall.
When we got back to the pits and pulled Drift apart, the only damage we really had was the enclosure that holds the batteries in was a little bit melted. All 12 servos, especially all 6 on that side that caught fire, were still functional. The robot still could have went. It was just lost power on that one half because we have separate power systems. So against Winning Ticket, we tried to address the stability issues with actually programmed a delay in our transmitter to try to get the shell up to speed slower so we could remain stable. Basically, we were testing it in the arena, and it turned out the delay we decided to use was too slow. I did have a manual override on the transmitter, and I used that, but by that time, Winning Ticket was all the way across the box on us. His wedge geometry kicked us up, and again, our instability issues kicked in, and we tipped over and we lost our mast again.
Self-riding stick has come off again. Those boys better get that better attached next time. Winning Tickets, party to lose now.
we're seeing the spin sort of on the inside with the
look,
outside
you can
not
see
spinning.
the little crustacean legs below. Look at the move.
It's so beautiful.
That shell alone weighs 22 pounds. A horrifying amount of a hardened steel as we come to its count out. Look at them dance.
Knockout.
Congratulations to Jeff Waters, bringing Winning Ticket all the way from Las Vegas.
I gotta tell you, getting that close-up view of the walking mechanism for everybody to see was really cool.
Obviously, with Drift, there's 2 main issues going forward. One is to fix the mast. You know, we overlooked the simple things, and the complicated things ended up working good. The other big one is fixing the stability issues. We should definitely be back with Drift in 2026, and I think it's going to be a big problem. I think it's going to put on a great show.
This kid has always been obsessed with robot fighting. Meet Lars Elliot.
I like sending people into the air.
At the age of just 13, Lars Elliot began to compete consistently against some of the best in the world.
Winner of this match in their debut here at Norwalk Havoc.
I think that this is a kid to watch.
Yeah, this kid's real good.
Now, he's gained a reputation as a fierce competitor and one of the best drivers in the sport. With his teammates around him, Lars has grown up in front of the cameras into a confident and inspiring young man.
This is never supposed to happen. This robot should be dead 70 times over. It just keeps working. God damn it.
But he remains focused on one thing, achieving his dreams of winning an NHRL Golden Dumpster. We were first introduced to Lars in 2021. At just 13 years old, he bulldozed through his first NHRL fight. His aggressive, relentless style made it clear this kid was born to fight robots.
The exchange is all going their way.
Let's go, Lars.
Impressive. Very aggressive driving style, too. I really appreciate that.
The thing that I really like about Lars' driving style is that he just doesn't allow his opponent to breathe at all.
As Lars continued competing at NHRL, he eventually met and fought one of his idols, Calvin Iba, a 2-time world champion in the 3-pound division.
Calvin Iba is back with Mixtape here. Our most dominant fire robot in any class.
It's amazing. This is our 2-time Golden Brett winner. He has won the Beetle Weight Championship for the last 2 years in a row.
Lars is a really good driver. I expect him to get around me at least once or twice, which, you know, is not good for my wheels.
Standing in Calva-Eva's way is Lars Elliot and Jetlag, a really great bot.
Split decision going towards Jetlag. Congratulations to Lars Elliot and Jetlag. They will be moving on in this division.
14-year-old Lars Elliot shocked everyone with an unexpected run to the September 2022 finals with his 3-pound robot, Jetlag.
Yeah, when you're 14 years old.
When you're 14 years old.
Here we go. This is the final, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's spun up.
Both bots kind of wandering. Nice hit there from Jetlag. Jetlag knocking Malice up against the wall.
Brutal attack. Huge hit. Huge Kyle. Oh, and there's Jetlag seeming to go down. That may be the end of mobility for that robot.
Yes, and your September champion, Dan Beretta and Malice.
Getting second with a robot that like really shouldn't be here. I didn't have spares or anything. It's just, it's so amazing. It's like, what the heck just happened?
In June 2023, Lars reached the finals again. Now, at 15 years old, he became the youngest builder to qualify for back-to-back world championships at NHRL. Facing off against the legendary Jameson Go, the most decorated builder in robot fighting history.
This is the David and Goliath. This is Jameson Go. They'll be taking on Lars Elliot. Jameson Go with a 35-7 record.
Not just 35-7, but 5 of those wins went to a golden dumpster.
Lars Elliot, one of the best driving senses and instincts in the sport, but will he be able to hold up against the onslaught that is Silent Spring? Up to speed and box rushing Silent Spring. Lars is not backing down from the challenge.
Not in the least.
You can see pieces of wheel, pieces of fork, pieces of armor from Jetlag lying around the arena as Jameson takes away his tools, takes away his geometry.
Incredible kudos to Lars here for keeping his mind in the game.
Will Lars go the distance with Silent Spring in the final at Larky Circus 3-pound bracket? Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to a judge's decision. Both of these robots still fully functional.
Lars Elliot and Jetlag goes the distance.
A closely fought battle. Would Lars and Jetlag beat Silent Spring to win his first Golden Dumpster?
The judges are going to have to put in the work on this one. Lars Elliot says, I'm going the distance with Jameson Go.
Coming in for the sportsmanly handshake. No surprise at all. Both of these competitors have absolutely everything to be proud of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. We have a unanimous decision for Silent Spring. That's six championships for Jameson Go and Silent Spring.
It was a nail-biter that ran the full 3 minutes. Jameson came out on top, but he couldn't stop praising Lars's efforts.
I mean, I've also been following Lars's career as well. He's a winner at many different events, first place. I didn't take my foot off the gas for any fight. This one, definitely, you want to put your foot all the way down and go pedal to metal.
After a narrow loss against Jameson, Lars decided he needed to build a robot completely from scratch, showing the maturity, intelligence, and relentless dedication of a true champion. Impact was born.
Impact was started as a robot in a video game a few years ago, and I eventually wanted to bring it into real life when I learned how to cat. The first version, it had a 1-pound beater, and then I've been slowly iterating it so it has less weapon and a bit more reasonable of a robot, but it's still the goal of the robot is to have a very large weapon on it.
4 years since his debut, Lars Elliot has transformed from just a young kid crazy about robots into a confident, respected, and feared contender. He's climbed the ranks and has been to 2 finals, coming so close to achieving his dream, but still no Golden Dumpster. What would it mean to finally win?
Winning a Golden Dumpster would be amazing. I consider Norwalk to be one of the biggest Beetle events in the country. I would be really accomplished because I've been working really hard on this robot for a few years now. It's just been a very big run, and it would mean a lot.
With Impact optimized, his team around him, and coming off an impressive win at Motorama, Lars enters the 2025 March event in impressive form.
Lars Elliot and Impact.
Lars recently came away from a huge win at the Motorama event in the Northeast. Absolutely dominant performance. Never gotten gold here at NHRL. Wants a dumpster today.
Wow! Oh, a huge roofing. Oh my God, almost sending Salvaje back to Ecuador and ripping off a wheel! Wow! Lars Elliot is here for a golden dumpster, forcing the tap out.
With 4 wins in a row, 3 by tap out, Lars tore through the tournament and made it to NHRL primetime.
This is going to be a fight for the ages. Mako and Impact, both big, heavy hitters.
Wow.
Those are big hits.
Impact sending Mako flying. Does this disc still work? Oh, he's a hat! Mako really unable to deliver the weapon. I'm not even seeing it spinning. Normally that weapon can spin at up to 400 miles an hour. Is Mako going to be able to come back in the final minute and 15 seconds here?
Oh, whoa! Look at these two entangled now.
They've ingested the prongs of Mako. Mako trying to spin up and get some hits, and there goes the saw off of Mako. Mako is now a plastic hammer. We're going to stop the fight here, see if we can get him untangled. You know, it's not every fight you get a hat and an entanglement.
And a souvenir weapon disc.
With less than a minute to go. I think Mako just wants to make it to the bell. And there goes a wheel off of Mako. And that's the fight.
It's a little bird-like without the weapon disc on there. Lars and company very pleased.
Well, that's going to be a judge's decision, but I don't think it's much of a decision.
No surprise here. Unanimous by a huge margin. Lars and Impact.
Ouch.
Never seen a performance like that. You were coming off a major win at Motorama just a couple weeks ago. Do you think you have what it takes to go all the way today?
No, but maybe. We'll see. I'll hit stop. I'll spin up and hit stop. We'll see. I'm just happy I got this far.
In Lars's typical humble style, despite an absolutely dominant performance against the highest-ranked 3-pound robot in the world, Lars talks down his chances of a golden dumpster.
Let's go to our 3-pound semifinals.
This is going to be a great matchup. Both Impact and The Wall have given us some great fights today.
Impact earlier tonight taking out the #1 ranked Beetle in Mako. Can they continue that tonight, or will The Wall Part 2 be able to stop their run? Uh-oh.
Oh, that is a bad place to be. That weapon arm does not seem to be functioning on The Wall.
As this is a very difficult position for Brett to try to unstick them.
Oh, wow! What? That is fantastic!
But that will be their only unstick. If the wall ends up upside down again, this will be game over. Against a vert as powerful as Impact, that is tricky. Oh! Wow! But not so functional upside down.
With all of Lars's driving skills and aggressive style on display, he makes light work of the wall Part 2 with a knockout, putting him in the final.
One more! He's never been able to get gold here. He's never even gotten that close, and he is now in the finals matchup for the 3-pound division, the most competitive division, period, the end, in combat robotics. Ooh. And he is
at the
moments
top of
away
the field. Yes.
From a dumpster.
Standing in the way of Lars's first ever golden dumpster is Counterpunch from Ryan Duarte and the MIT Combat Robotics team. With an astonishing record of 18 wins, 16 by knockout, Ryan and the MIT team are best known for their other robot, the fearsome 30-pounder, Ares. After back-to-back wins against none other than 2-time 30-pound world champion Emulsifier and knocking out 3-pounder Jackalope, Ryan and the MIT team are in typical dominant form. This final will test all of Lars's skills and all of Impact's toughness.
This is Impact's third chance at getting a golden dumpster.
And he's going up against Counterpunch.
Ryan Duarte coming right out again. This MIT team has been on a tear here lately. I am very excited to see how this fight goes.
Fight
robots fight.
Impact has been very successful against plastic wedgelets. They are winning this first engagement and second, third, and fourth engagement.
This is what they've been doing all day. Impact is able to just chain these hits.
See them just flexing those forks out of the way on counterpunch, not able to get under impacts like they would want.
The drive on counterpunch really struggling already. You can see the bottom just shredded on counterpunch.
Wow! Lars has never won a golden dumpster. He's gonna win one today with that tap out.
Lars, we have literally watched you grow up here at NHRL. As your friend, as your fan, I'm really proud of you.
Such an awesome ride watching you grow as a driver and a builder. This is so well earned. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. This is insane. I've been working on this robot for so long, and it's always had issues, and now I've finally fixed them all, and it's really fun. So thank you guys so much.
Get one dumpster. That is so well earned. Congratulations!
At 16, Lars Elliot has clinched his first golden dumpster win. Now qualified for World Championships, can this teen shatter records and become NHRL's youngest champ? His next move could change everything.
You might think that strapping a flamethrower to a robot makes it unstoppable, right? Well, let's find out.
There we go. There it is. That's the fire we want to see. Barbecue that Godzilla.
Flamethrowers generally look great, but they're not that good at burning stuff, especially when that stuff is a fast-moving robot. We've seen our fair share of flamethrowers at NHRL. They look great, but don't win. Let's start from the basics. What is a flamethrower and how does it work? At its core, it's a weapon designed to project fire. Flamethrower bots need a flammable fuel system, whether that's butane, propane, or MAP. They need an igniter, whether that's a glow plug or a spark generator. And they need a means of propulsion. So on a butane system, that's a servo that just pushes the can forward. But in propane, that might be a solenoid valve. It's not just about lighting up your opponent, it's about controlling the burn and managing the heat. It wasn't until Mixtape and Dutch Oven proved that flamethrower bots can do more than just put on a great show. They can win.
All right, that's it. Tap out. Your winner is Mixtape.
Calvin changed the game with Mixtape being the first flamethrower to really win fights and get knockouts. And he did it by having a massive flame and excellent driving. And then came Dutch Oven, who brought in technology from jet engines and forges to take the flamethrower design to its hottest level yet.
Dutch Oven is the first bot in NHRL that has permanently broken a cage for the entire night.
This is destruction in ways I couldn't have even predicted.
There's screens and wires and melted plastic everywhere.
What makes it different than some of the other flamethrowers that we've seen?
A custom tank, so Mixtape, other robots will use a commercial butane tank. What goes in the 8-ounce can of butane is now in this custom aluminum housing. There's a little straw that comes over here. Through the solenoid valve, the fuel wraps around like a rocket engine, cools the chamber as the fuel it burns coming on the outlet. On the back side, we have a fan, so as it's blowing the air, the fuel cools the chamber and then burns either internally or just right at the right zone externally to the robot. Creates a really hot flame as a result.
Dutch Oven is your spicy winner.
Knockout.
That is what Alex Grant came here to do.
But here's the catch. 3-pound robots are often made up of 3D printed plastic. And when that gets blasted by a flamethrower, it tends to melt into a pile of goo.
Oh, no! Oh, it's like like a melted action figure.
That is just sad. I mean, I'm sure the bot is mostly okay on the inside, maybe, but the outside is cooked.
I've never been able to use the fire for the entire time. I've never seen UHMW actually melt like that. Like, I've never seen it actually turn clear and catch fire.
In the 30-pound weight class, robots are often armored with metals like hardened steel or titanium, and their weapons hit incredibly hard. So by the time it would take your flamethrower to damage one of these steel or titanium robots, you're often already in a pile of pieces and have lost the fight. There's been several attempts, but we haven't seen a truly competitive 30-pound flamethrower bot since Dragon Princess, whose robust design made it really hard to kill. That's why a solid defensive design is crucial. Flamethrowers need time to do damage, and surviving within that window is everything.
Kazalite is a bot that started out as a bit of a novelty act here at NHRL, but they, over the past few months really, have come into their own with an extremely robust chassis, an excellent driving strategy, and a bot that can take hits and keep on delivering damage.
In June of 2024, Joshua Reinhardt debuted his first flamethrowing 30-pound robot, Kazalite.
I've always been about the fire. Kazalite was basically my attempt to try out the 30-pound class, where I know fire might not be as effective, but conveniently because your weapon system is actually way lighter, you're allowed to allocate a lot more of that weight to, in my case, armor. So I actually have 11 pounds of AR 400 on the outside.
Wow, that's a lot.
Kazalite went on to have about a 50-50 win-loss record, with 1 win via knockout and 9 by judges' decision. A decent showing for a flamethrower bot that wasn't seen as much of a threat.
Granted, 4-letter word was clearly struggling from the get-go, but that flamethrower was really on its game. Once it got going, once it caught, it was a force to be reckoned with in the box there.
But then in 2025, a key rule change shifted everything. No more mini-bots. Mini-bots being a small interference robot that teams would run alongside their main robot, and they'd primarily use them to high center or disrupt their opponent. Kazalite is a 30-pound multibot whose weight is evenly split between 2 robots. The minibot rule doesn't apply to them, which gives them an advantage. Say if one robot were to be pinned or the other one went down, the win is still very much alive. We've seen across all weight classes that without minibots, driving becomes even more of a differentiating factor. Enter Peter Garnache. Peter is one of the sport's greatest drivers, and he's a multi-bot specialist, being one half of Repeater, the 3-pound world champion. And for the 2025 March round of NHRL, Peter was driving one half of Kazalite. The combination of Joshua Reinhardt's design, no more minibots, and the world-class driving of Peter Garnache have all coalesced into Kazalite being a serious contender. In their way stood 3 of the hardest hitting, most fearsome 30-pound robots in the world. Emulsifier, a 2-time world champion. Synthesis 30, who had a major upset over Emulsifier at last year's world champs. And MIT's Ares, with their brutal, hard-hitting vertical spinner.
It's Kazalite! Joshua Reinhardt, multi-bot, dual flamethrower, 3 tanks of butane in each one of those robots. It spits fire hot and rich.
Emulsifier, Kazalite, a tale as old as time, 2 flamethrowers, 1 giant spinning blade. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Fight, robots fight.
Big old flame. Look at that, incredible.
Oh, wow.
This is some of the best flame we've had. Great pins from both of the Kazalite segments. You can see smoke coming off the tires on Emulsifier. They're able to effectively keep Emulsifier up and its wheels off the ground.
Ooh, nasty.
These are the biggest hits we've ever seen Kazalite take and survive. I'm so impressed. Look, a place to end it. You can see the tracks are coming off of Emulsifier, but it's still very mobile. Look at that,
take on
a
the other
20-pound standing toe-to-toe with a 30-pound for a pushing match in the last moments of that fight.
Let's go.
Very, very well done.
I gotta say, that was quite the glow up for Kazalite. I don't think anybody expected them to take that many hits and still function, still be able to go toe-to-toe in a pushing match at the end of that matchup. Absolutely incredible.
The day they beat Emulsifier, the 2-time world champion.
A day of upsets, and in my opinion, that was the biggest upset of the day.
After toppling the 2-time world champion Emulsifier, Kazalite put on a driving clinic against the Giant Slayer Corey Nascent with Synthesis 30, and pulled off a move that's rarely been seen at NHRL.
Look at the design of Kazalite. It's got these little nurbles on the forks that hold its opponent away, out of danger. Look at this! Stuck up on the wall. Synthesis 30 is stuck and on fire.
They're not letting up, and they don't need to. Kazalite now going after the house robot. I don't think Floop's gonna like that. Kazalite is flaming everything in its path. The house robot and Kazalite now stuck together. We're gonna need another house robot to come in, as Kazalite is now teaming up against Floop.
Remember, if you are brave enough, you can interrupt an unstick attempt.
You are allowed, but you will face the full aggression of 300-pound Floop. They've done it!
They've done it! This might be the first instance of a robot holding off an unstick to secure a win in the 30-pound division. Absolutely incredible.
Kazalite has changed the game for bigger flamethrowers.
Now, Josh, respectfully, you're coming into this competition as an underdog, a flamethrower in this weight class, not something that you usually see go this deep. You've landed some incredible upsets tonight. You're going head-to-head with Ares, another really dominant vertical spinner. Let me just ask you, what are your thoughts going in against one more huge hill to climb?
It's going to be a challenge, but I'm glad we got Pete driving with me.
Hit me, Josh, hit me. Give me up.
With Pete, anything's possible. So I think we can pull this off. You know, we got the great forks. And the joy of fire is it doesn't matter how big you are, fire can bring you down. So we're going to do this.
Bringing that fire to the 30-pound division, that's right. It is the tag team that is Kazalite and their opponents from MIT. It is Ares. Ryan Duarte and his team of geniuses coming out here with an absolute gladiator of a robot.
Look at Ares. It is completely covered in foil tape. They're going to hope that that gives them a little more resistance to the flame coming out of Kazalite. And the barbecue has begun.
Oh, that's not where Kazal wants to get hit.
Oh, absolutely just brutalized in that exchange.
The fork of Kazalite being damaged there, and now they are sort of stuck up on the wall.
Oh, but Ares is upside down. This is a great point for Kazalite to strike.
They're going to be careful with that plastic top. There
it is. That's the barbecue that Kazalite wants to deliver. Look at that. Pieces are flying off of Ares.
Yeah, like a little bag of vegetables on the grill there, wrapped in foil.
Look at it. It's smoking. The fireproof tape is on fire, Adam. Kazal.
Oh! Kazal getting roofed there.
Wow. It's amazing that Kazalite is still moving.
Kazalite trying to work together. Hearing some fans various chanting in the background.
Oh,
and they've relit their other robot here.
There you go. Look at that barbecue.
That's what you want to see to end the fight with 12 seconds left.
This is exactly what Kazalite wants.
They're going to end it with Ares roasting on the open fire as we're going to go to the judges.
Fantastic. What a fight. What a way for Kazalite to leave the end of that match. And
Ares,
boy, they needed it.
Ares is going to leave the arena with a completely broken, inoperable weapon, functional drive. Kazalite, fully functional, both weapons and drive working, using a couple forks along the way, and a back and forth fight throughout. That is close.
I'm pretty speechless. That was amazing. I'm so excited that it even happened like that, that Kazaa made it all the way to the finals, and
kind of might have done it. I don't know.
All right, here it is.
Unanimous
decision, Kazalite! For the first time ever, a Flamethrower, Kazalite is the golden dumpster winner of the 30-pound division.
Fire can win!
Yes, I am just flabbergasted. I am so happy to be here. Thank you, Pete. I feel like I could not have done this without Pete. His encouragement, his driving, the whole package. Like, this is amazing. Truthfully, after we beat Emulsifier, kind of the shock of like being here has worn off, and I was like, if we beat Emulsifier, why can't we go all the way? Like, why not? And each time our bot just proved we could. Like, when we got the house bot up, truthfully, I've seen Kevin do that infinite times, and I was like, that feels like a nice little cheat, little glitch. I gotta try that. And when to do it felt amazing.
Well, Joshua, there's only one thing left for me to do, and that is to hand you your golden dumpster. Hold it high!
Now that the bar has been raised for flamethrowers, who knows what the future is for fire in fighting robots? But one thing's for sure, Kazalite has proven that flamethrowers are here to stay.
That's Prometta. They had everything put together. They were frantically working. Then they took it into the test box, and they were having left side drive issues.
Name's Zach Knight, and I drive Prometta. My dad has been a mechanic since he was 13 years old. I grew up with race cars around me all the time, and we would go to the racetracks. For a lot of years, I learned that I didn't want to get into the family trade that he did. All of our family work on cars, but I loved the competition. I loved the sport of racing. I loved everything about it. Ultimately, what my dad created was this competitive drive with the resources that I needed to be able to hone them in. We never really had the most money to do things when we wanted to, so he always found a way to make sure that that got done. And I mean, even today, I don't have the machine here that I need. He'll find the way. I started at Plum High School. We had a Bots IQ club, which is designed to get kids into manufacturing. Well, ultimately it pushed me to be an engineer, but I did 4 years of learning while I was there. Plum is traditionally the powerhouse of Southwestern PA Bots IQ. For the first 10 years of its existence, we won 8 of the tournaments. This is Plum High School, the place where it all started. So just kind of looking at this, here's our original robot that was ever built here at Plum, is Shockwave. It had this really cool like shaft with a flat plate slid through it. They used set screws as the weapon. There's 2010's first place medals. Michael in 2021, a newspaper article revolving around him and the team. First place medals, 2010 first place and national championship trophy. Another first place medal from 14. And then the craziest thing that I've ever seen in a high school is this. We have a full 8x8 test cage, steel forged, just like how we compete at Bots IQ, full use for the students' disposal. It gives the kids a chance to fight themselves without the weapons on and just full test everything. So we've invited other schools to be able to come test safely here as well. Don Dorfler is my original mentor. He's 4 years older than Joe. My freshman year of high school, Don was the captain. Then when Don graduated, Joe came in that immediately following year. We all kind of just banded behind Joe because we knew that that meant we had the power of Don behind us as well. For a lot of years, it was me and Joe working hand in hand. I would be the main builder. he would be the main driver. He did a lot of the build himself. I'm not going to take that away from him. He was always the one that got the limelight. I was always the one in the shadows, kind of making sure stuff worked. Through my senior year, we were still hand in hand together. I was helping him build Knockout. About 2 weeks before the prelim event, the second robot was not finished. So I took and basically staged a coup against the old team, unfortunately, and said, I can get this done, and if I get this done, I want to be the driver for it. For the next 10 days, I worked here in this workshop and back at school and just everywhere I could with the help of people like Trevor Sommer to make sure that this got done.
And what was that robot?
Night Stalker. Named it before I had a chance to name it. We kind of start out in 2007 with Alex. He's kind of where the knowledge source kind of creates and stems down. I believe he's Dawn's biggest mentor. So you go 07, 08, we win both times. We get to 09, so we have Dawn Dorfler here, and then we have my older brother, Joseph Knight here. In 2010, Dawn again, and my older brother here, Joseph. It's also the first time when I get to see robots because we go to some kind of like little event at the Carnegie Science Center. 2011, that's when I first show up. That's the first year in Plum's history we don't win. In 2012, we win. 2013, Dawn's already graduated. I'm there, and then Joe shows up. The first 4 years of the club is winning, 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 and then you have Dawn and Joseph in the mix of that during that time span.
What point was it that we were only allowed to start bringing 2 bots again?
After 2010, that's the Plum rule in Bots IQ, in which you're not allowed to bring more than 2 robots because we took first, second, third that year.
I couldn't remember which year it was.
Yeah. There were certain years there where we had no funding, and the only way that we kept going as a club was literally winning. The only way that we funded Knockout was going through and using our winnings for 2015 from 2014. But now, obviously, NHRL charity, we were able to donate how much money to this place that I don't see how they don't survive for the next 20 years. In the first 10 years, we won 8 of the 10 times we were around. Literal dynasty during the time span when we were here, with one of the most ridiculous robot records ever. 37-3 with that robot all time.
The knockout was ridiculous.
Yeah. I come back around, start mentoring around 2021 era. Did you guys not call out your taps? I don't think you guys called out your taps. You're gonna have to hand tap every one of these now. You're looking at 60 plus taps just on these alone. Okay. Look.
Just those, or is it everything?
It's every part. In 2015, my final year, we have a drum called Night Stalker. Don Dorfler is my mentor at the time. He's already graduated from school. And I'm in a fight against Admiral Perry's Toxic. Go weapon to weapon with his beater bar over and over and over. After the fight, he looks at me and goes, "You cannot drive a drum that way." All confused, not understanding. I was like, okay, thought about it. A year later, Don drops Disco, a single tooth disc, the first time I'd ever seen him. I was told don't drive a drum like that, but I could totally drive that like that. And so the building of Aftershock and all the way through the iterations over the years to that little moment starts me on the direct path for Prometta for all of time. Now we're almost 8 years into building Prometta. It's kind of crazy.
Is there anything else in these like OG robots that has worked its way through the line and is still in Prometta?
Yeah, so there's a couple of little neat tricks that we pull with like the frame rails and stuff like that, where I think it was like Final Shock. What they ended up doing is they had this frame rail that had a metal cutout that was bolted down back into the frame. Well, you took 2 screws out of it and you were able to pull it up and you were able to remove the gearbox straight out of the robot. What I've done is iterated that over the years is instead of a metal cutout, I just have the slot for that pull-out purpose and faceplate it. I mean, how often do you open up the inside of a motor? Pretty much never. So welding a almost like a bushing like this on the front of it to keep everything tied together might actually be a really good move. So here, because we're gonna weld this out, if we try to put a bearing here, it's ultimately just gonna create friction in your system. Wow. Honestly, things that you guys have done that I've never considered and might look into doing in the future, this right here. I like this. No, I like that actually a lot. Take the wedge off, pop these out, it's golden. 2018 NHRL Nationals, I show up, very first fight of the day. I look across the cage and it is Joe Dorfler. We both graduated high school and now fighting at our respective colleges. I go a whole 25 seconds against him and he just absolutely wipes the floor with me. That was the first time I fought Joe. Definitely looked up to him. I knew he was like in my eyes, he was the greatest driver that I've ever seen. And luckily I was able to be behind him for so many years, but going up against him was definitely intimidating. I love Joe and respect him the most in the world. Him becoming part of the huge team on BattleBots ultimately stemmed them to design a 12-pound version. When that showed up, none of us had a plan or a clue what to do with it. And it only excelled his dominance more because now he wasn't on the same playing field and just out driving us. Now he was above us and could literally just do whatever he pleased. My robots had lost to Joe, I believe, 4 times. My robots were 0-6 against Big Wheels before November 2025.
Really nice design on Prometta.
Maybe the reason why it's so small is because that weapon is chunky AF.
It has got some
Oh my God! Kyle! Kicking huge again. That's 2 hits in a row. The big risk here is that, oh, here we go. That huge cuts into something important and kills the drive up Prometta.
Prometta is probably the scariest 4-wheel drive spinner in this bracket. And Bigish is perfectly designed to defeat them.
Can Bigish do the impossible here and kill Prometta?
Nice spin.
Battles. Wow. John, my friend, I think you might be dead in the water.
That was a beautiful piece of driving from Prometta.
Look, it's 2021, 2022, 2024, and now you have a dumpster here in 2025, but you're coming back for the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm not going to stop trying to win these events, and I do it because I love this, and I've got the best family ever.
One of our Team Defective members, Bob Bolanson, he had previously already built his Big Fish version, which was like a 9-inch blade on Blue Marlin. I had seen it, never really done anything with it, but I kind of just like monitored that idea in the back of my head until he kind of got the chance. However, going into World Champs 2025, I knew that there were 2 big wheels in the field. So I kind of took that moment and said, okay, I have to implement my idea now or I'm not gonna get the chance to be prepared. So November 2025, I show up the day of, Jake Hoffman hands me parts when he arrives and we just bolted onto the robot, and luck behold that we fought Granger that day. That Granger fight was euphoric in a way. 20 seconds, got a wheel off of him, like just absolutely did better than I ever could have expected that configuration to go. 2025 in World Champs, I took and got rid of the titanium armor that was on the front, and then I had no side armor. Instead, I designed a AR500 armor package for it that was exclusive for that configuration. It put me right on the money for 12 pounds. I had these giant ears on the top of the robot. If it were to sit between the wheel and that ear, the front corner of the armor would dig. So I instead put a like 1.5-inch size bearing on the front corner so that as soon as it touched, it had 2 bearings touching and a rear wheel. I literally could drive on its side and allow it to become a horizontal. So coming into World Champs, I kind of was able to pre-plan my route. I had a general idea of who I would fight based on a spreadsheet we had created to actually be able to predict the bracket in whatever way we thought it would go. I knew that I was going to probably need my big wheel, especially getting later in the day. I have vert, horizontal, and big header. Going into the huge fight, that was actually a lot more terrifying than when I had fought Granger, just simply because my secret was out. They knew what was coming for them, so I knew they had some kind of preparation. And what I ended up noticing is that they were a lot more timid in the initial exchanges coming into me, just to try to make sure that I didn't get a nice good hit on the chassis.
Welcome to the National Havoc Robot League's World Championship! It is our final event of the year!
But right now, I'm going to introduce you to who we are fighting for today.
Huge versus Prametta. Zach is facing former mentor Don Derfler and former teammate Joe Derfler. Can Apprentice become master?
Huge! That high-mounted vertical spinner on a big wheel robot.
Prometta with the extra tall weapon this time.
Just like what we saw in Void. This is kind of the tech for this kind of vert to beat a big wheel. To have something that you can drive kind of into and catch the big wheel massive spinning vert in the center. You can't even see it right now because it's spinning so fast. You might be able to catch a glimpse of it there at home, but that big blue blade is spinning real fast and real hard.
Ooh, an excellent hit on Prometta. That did some serious damage. Left-hand drive side is struggling. The weapon is still going, but boy, that had consequences.
Huge kind of nervous to just run straight forward. They want to pick good shots too, and because they have better control right now, they are afforded the capability to do so.
Oh, is this an entanglement? It may well be. It is. That is stuck in there. The wheel. Oh, fantastic!
We're out without needing to use the cage manager crowbars.
I am impressed. Now Prometta is just barely moving. Only one drive side is running and only really running well in one direction. Meanwhile, Huge, both drive sides running, but one of them clearly suffering badly. Both of these robots, as we come down close to the last 10 seconds of the fight, it looks as though Huge's weapon has gone down. That's certainly going to make a difference, but at this point, Prometta's weapon is also down. So if I'm looking at it, we've got bare minimum drive functionality on one side of Huge, good drive functionality but damage on the other, and no weapon, versus Prometta having no weapon, and the weapon spins up! That's going to be a huge difference for damage in this fight. That is a huge, huge deal. That could have changed the outcome of this fight. I am being told that we have a judge's decision coming in from Huge versus Prometta.
Our decision is Prometta wins.
Bravo to Prometta. That is an incredible victory.
Hearing that JD was absolutely incredible. I respect everything that Don has ever done in this sport, and it meant the world that I was fighting him. And so just hearing that I'd won that fight, I was good to be done there during that day. Like, I didn't need anything else. I think it was pretty early on in the opening exchanges. He hit a weak part of my front armor. It got bent down, and so I couldn't drive forward anymore during the fight. I took damage electrically. I'm not really sure exactly when it happened because we left the box working. We didn't think anything was wrong with it.
And Zach, this is your 5th World Championship. How is it different than your very first one?
I mean, just the level of competition first off, but today I'm conquering demons.
Toss him around the arena like a beach ball.
Oh, that was